It's not as if it's great. It wasn't my PC, but I think it was probably the internet. I don't know. It's always fucking something. Well, that's not a good sign for... That is not a good sign. No. It's really annoying. It is really annoying. Yup. Thank you, Fire Flower Goddess, for the Prime Gaming. Yeah. I don't know. There's just problems galore. Problems galore here. I think the Disney brass is worried after the gun fiasco that if Major's found innocent, they would have fired a major part of their films, though the gun situation was a bit different because it was a manufactured event by far-right assholes and gun. Yeah, the gun situation was insane. That was such a ridiculous firing. I think you're right. I think that Marvel doesn't want to fire Majors in case, I don't know, he's found innocent, even though that's not going to happen because so many women have come forward and there's just so many allegations against him. And so I think they're going to use the court case or the hearing as an excuse to make their decision either way. So I think Ezra's done too, but the wheels for the Flash were too far in motion. Yeah, I guess it's just the way that people have been talking about him, where they're like, oh, we're not saying we're going to close the door. Sorry, them. We're not saying we're going to close the door on Ezra Miller, or praising their performance in the Flash, which, okay, I guess, whatever. I mean, you're promoting the film, so I guess that makes sense. I think they wait for Loki to... Well, Loki season 2 is coming out soon, I think. Wait. Hold on. Loki season 2 star exits... Wait, which Loki season 2 star exits Marvel project? Oh, Owen Wilson? Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. Yeah, so Loki season 2 is debuting in September. What's the reason for keeping the Flash movie but scrapping the complete Batgirl film? Well, that's a good question, and that's one that we should ask David Zaslav, who I fucking hate. So David Zaslav was the one who made the decision to shelve Batgirl, even though it was totally filmed. And yes, that was because he wanted to call that a loss, and they can write that off against their taxes. And I guess they think that The Flash is going to make a bunch of money. Flash was more expensive, yes. And is also the film they've pinned their entire new universe. Yeah, like Batgirl was kind of a one-off versus Flash being a part of the DC universe. Yeah, yep. Like Batgirl costs what, 90 million? And the Flash was 200. Yeah, which is a lot. So anyway, okay. All right. So today we are going to talk about We're going to talk about Joe Brandon, who has just announced that he's running again for president. And I have to tell you all that I already knew this. I was one of the first people to find out. And that's because I got a text this morning from a random number. And this is what it says. Caroline, you are one of the first to hear it directly from us. Joe Biden is running for re-election. Oh, yeah, he texted me, yeah. I am Lois. No, I know the name says Lois, but it was Joe Biden. With the Democrats reaching out personally to top supporters. Wow, I did not even know I was a top supporter considering I have not given $1 to Joe Biden's campaign. You are our best advocate, Caroline, and we need help reaching the people closest to you. I mean, what can I even say to that other than hell yeah, brother, you got me. And how many people are in here right now? 477. You got me and 477 people. Give our love to JB. Great. Carlos, thank you for the 5 months of Prime Gaming. Yeah, so I didn't leak it. I was considering it, and then I wanted Joe Biden to tell the rest of the world on his own terms. I didn't want to be the one who I didn't want to be the one who spoiled it, you know? Like I've leaked other things before, and so I thought to myself, maybe this is one that I leave alone. Okay? I let Joe do his thing and tell you all in the way that he wants to, rather than me just spilling the beans. Yeah. Oh, you got that text also? No, that's not possible because it said that I am the best advocate. No, the text says you are our best advocate and we need help reaching the people closest to you. So why would they text this to someone else if I'm the best advocate? Okay, well, I don't know what's going on there, but... Oh, did I see the Biden merch? Yes, I did. Yeah. Joe is fully leaning into the Joe Brandon. Here's the thing, right? Like, a meme gets ruined as soon as the person who is being memed thinks they're in on the joke. So, Joe Biden's campaign is selling dark Brandon t-shirts. Yeah, and I mean the meme was kind of old in the first place, but now it's done, right? Now it's no longer funny at all. I'm glad Kamala's along for the ride. The wheels on the bus will turn for 4 more years. Yes, indeed. Marianne Williamson actually seems kind of cool. She's running again, isn't she? I feel like she's just always running. She's kind of kooky, but she also has some pretty good takes. She's like nuts, but also a lot of times I'm like, yeah, girl. I'm a lib. I'm buying too. Yeah, well, he's gonna need he's gonna need that money. So you buy those dark Brandon tees. Yeah, Marianne Williamson wants to heal the world with love. She's a crystal mommy. Marianne is defo a California type crystal mommy. Let's pull up Joe's announcement video. Have I been watching Yellow Jacket season 2? Yes, I have. I like it. I've got to be honest though. A lot of times I don't care about the stuff that happens in present day. I just want more island or wherever they are. Island? Mountains? Whatever. I just want more of that shit. You know what I mean? When somebody gets stranded somewhere, I want to see that shit. I don't need to see the, I don't need to see the present day storylines as much. I don't need to see like all of these extra characters, et cetera, et cetera. I just want the creepy supernatural survivor Lost type shit. You know? Have I spoken on Succession? I haven't, because I don't think that many people in my community watch it. I don't know. I talked about Succession very briefly after episode 3. And there were a few people who were like, oh yeah. And then a couple others who said, no spoilers, I just started. I don't think Succession, it does feel like when I go on Twitter, everybody in the world has watched Succession, but then out in the real world or on other platforms, I feel like a lot of people have not. I don't get it. But you go on Twitter on Sundays, and it seems like every single fucking person watches Succession. I think Yellow Jackets is definitely worth watching. Okay, so here's what I'm watching right now. I'm watching Succession. I'm watching Yellow Jackets. I just started Barry season 4. I am watching a show called From, which is supernatural spookiness. I don't know if anybody else is watching that, but I like that show a lot. What else am I watching? Show-wise, I watched Shrinking, which I didn't love, but I also don't love Ted Lasso. That's just me. Not a Ted Lassoer. And Shrinking is by the creator of Ted Lasso. I'm sorry, unsubbing. Okay. I don't know. There's something a little too try hard about both those shows. Okay. It's almost like I really, especially with Ted Lasso, I really loved Ted Lasso at first. And then there was something that just got too cutesy. Like there was just, I don't know. It got a little old. The shtick did. And then what else is either new or has a new season? Have I watched Schmigadoon? No, I've not. Have you seen Lucky Hank? Nope. What service is From on? So From it was on Epix. Let me see. I'm gonna show you guys a trailer actually, because I really think that this is a great show. And if you're into horror shit or supernatural shit, here's season 1.
Must have got knocked down in a storm or something.
It's a pretty selective storm.
What are they doing?
Can we just leave, please?
Jim!
Oops, sorry.
In this dirty old part of the city,
Maybe we missed the sign for the highway.
We didn't miss the sign.
where the sun refused to shine.
Can I help you?
We got on a detour off the highway and cell service around
Got
here.
your family with you?
Yeah. I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of the highway.
Not a problem.
And one thing I
This show's the only reason I subscribe to Epix.
Stay on the road.
did before your time is
Did we turn somewhere?
God damn it.
Jim, we're driving in circles. You drove out this way. How did we get back here?
Everybody in there okay?
This is impossible.
Yeah, it is.
Where are we?
I know none of this makes sense yet,
Everyone in this town has been exactly where you are right now. Everyone sees the tree. Those groves. We'll just get out of here, please.
Kevin, we are stuck.
We didn't come here. We were brought.
Yeah, like I really wish this weren't
What
on
are you
Epix.
doing?
I'm checking to see if they moved.
If what moved?
The trees.
It's important for you to understand what happens after dark.
Lock your door, nail your window shut. You do these things, your family's gonna be safe.
Safe from what?
I've missed you so much.
Megan, what are you doing?
Maybe I can come in.
This is what happens when you break the rules.
They're coming.
There's only so many places we can go.
Is the child okay?
What are they?
You believe in monsters. Please don't.
A man protects his family.
Get these people home, Sheriff.
Do everything I can.
Promise me.
Yeah, the trailer, I agree. The trailer does not do the show justice. I didn't see this show promoted anywhere. I didn't see a trailer. I didn't see nothing. I just randomly realized that or I was randomly surfing around for something to watch one day. This was a free episode on Epix, and I was like, sure, why the heck not? So I watched it, and I was like, oh, this is pretty good. It's like, I mean, I really like monster, supernatural type stuff. So I'll pretty much watch anything that has to do with anything that's monsters or supernatural shit. So I watched all of season 1. It was really good. And then I just started season 2. It's called From. Yeah. So season 2 just started. So I'm watching that as well. And then I think that's kind of it for the shows that I'm watching. Oh, yeah, the Love and Death starring Elizabeth Olsen. I went to watch that last night, and then I realized that it wasn't out yet. Is Granny a demon? You'll have to watch the show. I will tell you, you could watch the first episode, and you'll find out. Bobby Tux, thank you for the 2 months. Somebody said, what's the next game that I'm going to play? I'm thinking that I might play either, shit. What's it called? I might play either Until Dawn or Dead Space. I did just play Alien, and I don't know if Dead Space is similar to Alien, so maybe Until Dawn. But yeah, I'm thinking of one of those two. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of Until Dawn. Yeah. Cool. Did you play The Quarry? Negative. Negativo. Not yet. Maybe I'll. How long is Until Dawn? Or which one's a shorter game? Until Dawn is shorter. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll probably start with that. I'll probably start with Until Dawn. Yeah, I don't have it downloaded, and it kind of always fucks with my internet, so I don't know if I'll get to it tonight. It might be a tomorrow thing. All right, so here is Joe Biden's campaign video. Let's take a look.
freedom.
Oh.
Personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans. There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred.
Bro, I gotta be honest, like, not to repeat what everyone else says about Joe being so old, but he sounds so fucking old. He slurs all of his words together because he's so old.
That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy.
This shouldn't be a red or blue issue.
To protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it. But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on those bedrock freedoms, cutting Social Security that you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what healthcare decisions women can make, banning books, and telling people who they can love, all while making it more difficult for you to be able to vote.
You better say the catchphrase. Yeah.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are. The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead, we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent.
Dude, he's already 80,
That's
man.
why I'm running for re-election.
Why is this our
America.
Country? Why
I
is
know
this our
we're good
only
and decent
option?
people. I know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect and treating each other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal, that everyone should be given a fair shot to succeed in this country.
Thank you for choosing us.
Every generation of Americans has faced a moment when they have to defend democracy.
Remember when they said
Stand
Bernie
up
was
for our
too
personal
old? Yeah, I
freedom.
know.
Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights. And this is our moment.
The clip of him running.
We, the people, will not decide.
He's literally running. He is literally running for president.
So if you're with me, go to joebiden.com and sign up. Let's finish this job. I know we can. Because this is the United States of America. There's nothing, simply nothing we cannot do if we do it together.
How is our only option an 80-year-old man? Oh my God. You know what I was thinking is that this video would look so different if you changed up the music. Like, let me think of... okay. Like if you did this.
I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, you sexy thing. I believe in miracles.
Like, totally different vibe.
You sexy thing.
It feels like a fan cam. Yeah. From Span Cam.
Where did you come from, baby? How did you know I needed you? How did you know I needed you so badly? How did you
Why does it work in a strange way?
Since you came along, you sexy thing, you. Oh. Where did you come from?
It kind of works. I know.
How did you know I'd be the one?
Thank you, Read Out Drew, for the 6 months.
Did you know you're everything I prayed for? Did you know every night and day for every day needed love and satisfaction?
Anyway.
Now you're next to me, giving it to me. Oh, I believe in miracles.
The power of music and editing, literally. Oh, what was one other song I was thinking would be? Like, this would be sick. This is a vibe. Okay, all right, I'm done. Shouldn't they be telling me why? That is a good point. They probably should be telling you why you should vote for them. But anyway, you know, here we are, back again. It's going to be 2024, Trump versus Joe Biden, unless one of them goes to prison or one of them dies or who the fuck knows. Yeah, Trump is only going to be 77. Yeah, he's a young bug compared to Joe Biden. They're both so old. I mean, man, this is how things go now, right? We're like, hey, do you guys have... Do we have any candidates that are not closer to death than they are to when they were born? Anyone? No? Okay, yeah, because we're putting up candidates who are probably needing to pick out their headstones soon. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to Baby Trump. Baby Trump, do. Could you imagine a woman being 77 running for literally anything? No, and you know who also couldn't? Don Lemon. You know who would say that woman is so past her prime? Don Lemon. Yeah, we got candidates born pre-civil rights era, man. It's fucking depressing. And I don't understand when people get so mad at young people, at like Zoomers and younger, for being disillusioned with politics. I'm like, because the country is run by fucking old people, okay? You think that these young kids are going to feel assured in their futures that Meemaw and Peepaw are the ones running the country? No. Nobody wants somebody running the country who's going to die in like a day. More old people in the government than an old folks home. Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth? Average senator age. The average age of the Senate is 64 years old. Huh. 64 years old. Oh, wait. Sorry. 65.3. 65.3. Sick. So that means that most senators are senior citizens. Saw an article the other day that was like, people are telling Dianne Feinstein to quit. That's why this is ageism. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. Fine. I will be so ageist. I will be the most ageist person you have ever seen. If that means that Dianne Feinstein is no longer in office. Please. I think we need some ageism. I think that we all need to be more ageist when it comes to our politicians being fucking dinosaurs. Okay? And being unable to do their jobs. Because one, they are so fucking old, they are out of touch. Like not to sound like a cliche, but they are. And then two, when they are that old, many of them have had health scares because that's what happens when you get up into your fucking 80s, all right? And so they can't do their jobs. Like Dianne Feinstein is on the the intelligence committee, right? Or which fucking committee is she? It's Dianne Feinstein committee role. Yeah. Okay, she is on the Judiciary Committee. Right. And like apparently she hasn't been able to go to meetings because she is very old and has a lot of health problems. Great. Oh boy. Mm-mm. Yeah, she's taken like 90 sick days. Yeah, because she is dying, man. Not to be disrespectful, but she is so old that she's had to miss a lot of important stuff in the Senate. Mm-mm. It's crazy that the president has to be over 35, but there's no limit. Yeah. How about we do an age range, right? 35 to, I would say, honestly, 70. I think 70 is plenty old. I really do. 30, maybe cap it at 65. Yeah. Like, I still think 70 is old. Maybe 69. Nice. 35 to 69. Imagine a world where all the Democrats have to run as Kamala and Pete. Yeah, well. I mean, that's kind of like what we have now. If you have to run to your kids for help with your phone, you're too old to be in the government. Yeah, absolutely. I just think that when you get to a certain age, it's not just the fact that you are probably more likely to have physical problems, health problems, et cetera, et cetera. You are so many generations removed, and you are closer to the end of your life than you are to the beginning. And so the fact that all of these old people are the ones making decisions for generations below them, right? In some cases, let's see. Yeah, in some cases, like 3 or 4 generations. These fuckers are making are making very important decisions on the futures of 3 to 4 generations below them. And I just think that that's not great. I just do not think that that is that is a good thing. Right. Like when I'm 80, okay, I don't want to do anything. I want to vibe. I want to chill. I want to vibe. I want to enjoy my life. I want to have good wine, okay? I want to eat a lot of cheese. Hopefully I can, I don't have like a dairy intolerance or something by then. I want to just chill, all right? I have no desire to be shaping laws and shit, okay? I have no desire to be fixing our political systems. I'm going to be dead. Like if I get to 80, I want to coast for the rest of my life, okay? Like I said, I want to chill, I want to vibe. I just want to have good times and feel good. And I also want, if I have a family, I want them to be taken care of. And I think the people who should, be making these decisions are the people who are going to be around and have to live under these rules. Ugh. Thomas Jefferson wrote a letter once saying every 17 years a new generation of politicians take over, so the entire government ought to be replaced that often. Yes, agree. I don't know. We live in a system now where it's like you get in office and people think that you should just be there forever. Right? It's not just Supreme Court justices who should have term limits. Even though with the members of the House and Senate, they have to rerun for election. Some of them are so powerful and have been in office for so long that they're there until they want to leave. And that's why you have people like Dianne Feinstein, who is like the oldest senator. I think she's been in the Senate longer than anyone.
From Dianne Feinstein.
Jaina, thank you for the 8 months. Who is Dianne Feinstein? A quote from Dianne Feinstein. Yeah. So she was born in 1933 and has held a seat since 1992. That was the year I was born, everybody. Okay. So she has held her same seat my entire life. 30 years. Yeah. And she is the oldest living senator. She is 89 years old. 89 years old. One question, when are you going pro in Minecraft speedrun? I actually already went pro and then decided to do something else. Decided it wasn't for me. I'm sure she has another 30 years. God. Oh, good Lord. All right. Next, we are going to, let's see. We've got Steven Crowder. We've got, I want to talk about no-fault divorce, because that is something that Steven Crowder is a proponent of, and it's very scary. I want to talk about, let's see. Those are kind of, Alec Baldwin, because he is back filming Rust. And then what were my other stories from today? I think those are kind of, Elon Musk's alt account. What? His alt Twitter account where he's been doing like crazy shit? I don't know. Let's look into that as well. Okay, I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh! What the fuck? Ow! That hurt. Am I okay? Not really. My headphones. What the hell? It's like when the mic hit my lip. Remember that day that I turned around and I forgot my mic was right there when I turned back. Classic. Yeah, who do I talk to about this? Jeff Bezos? Okay. Let's look at the Steven Crowder story. So, if you don't know who Steven Crowder is, I would say he's probably most famous for the change my mind template thing. So basically he's a piece of shit. And you're such a dork and I love it. Yeah, I am kind of a dork. Even though I think you lean a different way politically than me, I'd take a bullet for wow. You would take a bullet for me. Thank you. Do you want me to fight that headphone? I'll take care of this. Headphone. Jesus, I'll take care of it later. Don't you worry. I'm going to take it out in the back and tell it to look at the bunnies. Okay, so Steven Crowder is the change my mind guy. There have also been a lot of there have been quite a few things about him to lead people to believe that he is closeted. And that is why he is the way he is. Because a lot of, oh, dude hates himself, projects it outward on the rest of the queer community. Exactly. Yeah. You know, this is something not completely out of the ordinary, that you have someone who is very unhappy with their own life. They are closeted, and rather than live their true, you know, and be their true selves, they project that anger onto people who are living their lives, right? And it comes out in the form of hatred and right-wing conservatism. He's a deeply closeted gay man, but from what I heard about him, apparently he's straight as an arrow. Yeah, so he wears pistol holsters. Exactly. He's very obsessed with, yes, projecting a masculine image. And, you know, he has the same playbook as all these others with, you know, being anti-trans, just racist as all hell. Talks about women like they are property. Yeah, it's just, you know, the typical stuff. But he was in the headlines. I mean, he's in the headlines often, but because he got in that fight with the Daily Wire. And apparently Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire had offered him this insane contract. And then this whole behind the scenes thing went viral because Steven Crowder outed the Daily Wire. And then it became this back and forth infighting thing. Hassan found tweets that Crowder did during his divorce process. Oh my gosh, let's see. Women are less happy than ever recorded in modern history. Feminism isn't working. Yeah, like that's pretty classic. Interesting to tweet this out while you were going through divorce court. Women are doing less at home. They're unhappier. Divorce rates are skyrocketing and men don't want to marry them. Great job, feminism. I wish women understood how much men love them and want them to be the women they were designed to be. Okay, great. Classic. This is a man who is literally going through divorce right now. But anyway, I wanna play this video because there's something in it that he says that is pretty terrifying, and we're gonna talk about it.
Familiar with the idea of extortion? then you know the
Oh,
feeling.
yeah, and there's some fight happening between Candace Owens and Steven Crowder right now, which we love to see. Okay, we love infighting.
Well.
He's now upping the ante and suggesting that I extorted him.
Great.
Well, just when we thought that Steven Crowder's beef with the Daily Wire was over, he decided to, seemingly out of nowhere, reignite the war, specifically, though, with Candace Owens this time. And we're not simply talking about them taking pot shots here and there at one another on their shows. We're talking about an escalation that's so severe, it could literally pit them against each other in court. So, very, very big things we're talking about here, and you love to see it, honestly. I love watching these ghouls fight. So let's get to the actual spat. It starts with Steven Crowder accusing Candace Owens of extortion. This is a word that he uses specifically when referencing something that she said. And first, though, he reveals that he and his wife are getting a divorce, something that he's kept private in order to protect his children, according to him. And that might seem irrelevant, but this is a key detail here. So let's watch.
Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted.
Yep. Okay. So we're going to talk about that part in a second. Him saying, in the state of Texas, unfortunately, as things stand in 2023, my wife is allowed to divorce me. That's permitted.
It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible.
No,
But
your children, they don't need you. Your children would actually benefit from never having to be around you.
Today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon.
Now, before we get to the extortion claim, I have to point out that he referenced one-party divorce laws in Texas and suggests that he would have unilaterally stopped the divorce from happening if he had the legal capability of doing so. And I find that really weird because, in essence, he's admitting here that he'd force his wife to remain in the marriage against her will if he could legally do that. And that might just be him trying to virtue signal to his evangelical audience who thinks that divorce is a sin, because they do. But either way, it's deeply, deeply misogynistic and just cruel. But it's very on brand for Steven Crowder. It doesn't surprise me that he would do something like this, even to somebody who he loves. And he pointed that out multiple times. That being said, though, that's a little bit of a side.
All right, before we get into the Candace Owens extortion part, let's look at this article. So this is what I was referring to as the terrifying little statement that Steven Crowder made about how in Texas his wife is allowed to divorce him. It's permitted. So what's been happening now that Roe versus Wade was overturned last summer? Right-wing media people and just, conservative politicians, et cetera, they have been looking for their next target. How do we continue to control women, right? So they took care of Roe versus Wade, cross that off the list. So the next thing is divorce, and it is called no-fault divorce. And so this report from Media Matters for America shows a rising trend of right-wing influencers and Republican leaders and politicians, including U.S. Senate candidate J.D. Vance, advocating for the end of no-fault divorce. So this is a policy that allows people to end a marriage without being required to prove wrongdoing by their partner, including adultery, abuse, or desertion. So that's why Steven Crowder, when he started off this little boo-hoo, my wife is, my wife and I are in the middle of divorce. He said, I want to be clear. There was no infidelity. There was no physical abuse, and I did not ask for this, okay? Because the idea is that if he had asked for this, the way that his conservative brain works, if he had asked for the divorce, it's fine, right? Doesn't matter if there's no abuse, adultery, whatever. As long as it's the man who asked for the divorce, fine. But the idea that that the wife would have the legal power to divorce her husband without there being any just cause, right? And that would be abuse, that would be desertion, that would be adultery, etc., etc. So no-fault divorce was enacted in California in 1969, and it has always been a feminist issue because it's allowed domestic abuse victims to leave bad marriages. It empowers women and all people to escape legally binding situations with someone they don't love. Because keep in mind, people divorce for a variety of reasons. But that's their choice, right? No one should ever be trapped in a marriage against their will, even if nothing has happened in that marriage. You should be able to get married and divorced to whoever and wherever. So one would think that no-fault divorce is a no-brainer, a completely non-controversial issue, which was decided over 50 years ago. But not in this day and age, okay? So don't be surprised if you see more and more conservatives and right-wing media stars talking about eliminating no-fault divorce, okay? Because you might have thought that them overturning Roe versus Wade was impossible. And look, we're now at a point where we are banning drag shows. We are, banning abortion pills. This is where we're at right now, okay? We are just very, very, there's just a lot of extremist shit happening. So anything is possible, okay? So Justice Clarence Thomas, who we love and adore, his opinion in the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe very clearly opened the door for further rights, particularly around marriage. So Thomas has, written opinions before about interracial marriage, and then also this ability to divorce even if there's no fault, right? As just you can divorce if you want to divorce. So what Thomas wrote was, we have a duty to correct the error established in these precedents. Okay, fucking A. And he was talking about same-sex intimacy. He was talking about same-sex marriage and interracial marriage, which he is in, but fine. And then the Texas Republican Party, who are currently suing the Biden administration for the right to let pregnant people die, right? So the Texas Republican Party, who is already at war with the Biden administration because they believe that pregnant people should die, because the life of a pregnant person is not more valuable than the life of a fetus, okay? They have also included a proposal in the lawsuit to rescind unilateral no-fault divorce laws and support covenant marriage, and to pass legislation extending the period of time to which a divorce may occur to 6 months after the date of filing for divorce. Okay, all right. Don't worry, all that seems bad, but it's never been easier to carry a concealed firearm. Exactly. So last month, J.D. Vance, who you may know him as a senator from Ohio, or also the author of that terrible film, Hillbilly Elegy. It was a book, and then it was a film starring Meryl Streep. We don't know why she did it. We never will know. Okay, so J.D. Vance said last month that people should stick it out in unhappy or maybe even violent marriages for their kids' sake, as if abusive intimate partners aren't a safety risk to children. So here are his full remarks. This is one of the great tricks that I think the sexual revolution pulled on the American populace, which is the idea that, like, well, okay, These marriages were fundamentally, they were maybe even violent, but certainly they were unhappy. And so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term. Right, because again, what these conservatives want is they want a nuclear family. They want a mom and a dad. The mom stays at home and raises the kids. Dad goes off to work with his briefcase, doing his business. They come home, and even if dad beats mom or mom's unhappy for whatever reason, that's it. Sorry, you're one big happy family for the sake of America and your children. My parents stayed together for me even though they fought all the time, and now we barely talk to each other. Right. I mean, listen, there are a lot of people who stayed together who should have gotten divorced. I have plenty of friends whose parents should have gotten divorced. And my friends, as they got older, went, I wish my parents had just gotten divorced. They stayed together for the sake of the family, and it was miserable. And now that I'm an adult, I wish that they had just gotten a fucking divorce, and that was it. Okay, so. J.D. Vance's arguments were echoed by popular conservative influencer Tim Pool in a segment on his show that was delightfully titled, No Fault Divorce Has Destroyed Men's Confidence in Marriage. Men don't want to get married anymore. According to Pool, we have no-fault divorce laws to blame for the rise of prenup agreements, which allegedly place men at risk of being robbed by gold-digging, thieving Jezebels. Willfully ignoring how the court system has a long history of re-traumatizing and destroying the lives of rape and domestic violence victims, certainly including those with children. Poole says the courts are heavily biased in favor of women to an insane degree. Okay, so that's this there is this bullshit argument that conservatives like to make, and it's about how men get fucked over by the courts. Men, lose custody of their children. Men are, always getting fucked over because the courts are biased in favor of women to an insane degree, which is literally just not true. That is completely ignoring the history of how the courts have treated women who, again, were rape or domestic violence victims, were just in abusive relationships in general, and whether or not they had children. And let's not forget about alimony. Yeah, so we could get into a whole alimony thing about how alimony is actually, if you break down what women lose in a marriage, so a woman who's filed for a divorce, her getting half of everything actually does not come out to being equal, because what women lose, since women are the primary caregivers, and so they lose out on career opportunities, they lose out on they lose out on money, they lose out on lots of things because of marriage and because of having children. You should talk about this with XQC. Oh, God, no, I won't touch any of that situation with a 10-foot pole. There's a men's rights lawyer who has radio ads in my area all about how men always lose in divorces. Yeah, and that's just not true. I mean, women lose out in marriage. Truly. And they don't, it's not like they make it all back in the divorce. It's hard that even in 2023, women are the primary caregivers. And because of traditional, just the way that we view roles in family, and, we still have a lot of traditions, women are still treated as the primary caregivers. Of my entire friend group, okay, from college, I would say at least it's about a friend group of 15. Everybody except for 2 people are married, okay? And then I would say about 75% of them have kids. And every single one of my female friends who has a child or children is the primary caregiver. Some of them have already given up their jobs. Like, they don't work. which is fine, right? But they are at home having and raising children. Every single one of my female friends. I don't have a single friend who is married and has children whose husband is the one that stays home. So anyway, I'm that's all I'm gonna say on that subject. We can get deeper into how women miss out on a lot of opportunities, which means money, right? Career opportunities, which equals more money. And so in actuality, it's not like women make it out big in a divorce. Time to diversify the friend group. Yeah, for real. Okay. So in the same episode on Tim Pool's show, conservative commentator Ian Crossland adds, "We live in this culture where no-fault divorce is the law of the land. If young folks know they're in an environment where divorce is not an option, I firmly believe they're going to be more careful about who they choose to marry." Bro, I gotta say, if we ever get to a point where divorce is not an option, people are not going to marry. I mean, some people will, but I think less people would marry, which would defeat their whole thing, right? You are faced with the option that if you marry this person, even if you love them, even if you're happy, there is no getting out. There's no getting out. And I really think that I really think it would deter people from getting married. I'd rather never marry if either of us couldn't leave. Exactly. Because think about, like with Will and I, okay? Will and I have a great relationship. Sure, we'd have a great marriage. But the idea that if one day one of us wanted more or, we just, whatever happens, shit happens, okay? And neither of us could leave. That is terrible. I wouldn't want that for me and I wouldn't want that for him. As much as I'd like to believe that being married to me would be a walk in the park, right? It'd be all sunshine and butterflies. All right, so Steven Crowder. Here we get to the part of the article about Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder responded to the overturning of Roe in June by calling for same-sex marriage to be overturned as well, and naturally segued into a rant about how no-fault divorce is sexist towards men. So this was last June that he said this, okay? And according to his video that he put out, or according to his statement that he put out, he has been going through the divorce since 2021. So obviously this has ramped up his anger and his misogyny tenfold. So he said, quote, "Oh, it's no-fault divorce, which, by the way, means that in many of these states, if a woman cheats on you, she leaves, she takes half. So it's not no fault, it's the fault of the man," he said, adding, "There need to be changes to marital laws, and I'm not even talking about same-sex marriage. I'm talking about divorce laws, I'm talking about alimony laws, I'm talking about child support laws. If you are a woman that comes from meager means and you want to get wealthy, you've never worked, you didn't get a degree, you have no skill set, but you're good looking. Your best path to victory is simply to marry a man, leave him, and take half. We need to reform divorce laws in this country." So first of all, he's really fucking stupid, okay? If he thinks that a man of considerable means, especially an older man, is marrying a woman, a younger woman whose whole thing is that she's hot, if Steven Crowder really thinks that there are no prenups happening here, then he's insane. I know women who have married very wealthy men in Los Angeles, and it's very clear that it was like a financial thing, right? They all had to sign prenups. Okay? And fine, like they'll have a very nice life as long as they are with this person, but they sign prenups. So, yeah, whatever. It's not like these men are these very rich men are being taken for a ride and then all their money when they get divorced. Prenups aren't ironclad always, just to be fair. That is true, but I don't know. Maybe out where I live, because there kind of is that culture of inequality, where oftentimes a younger, beautiful woman ends up with a wealthy older man. It just is something that's not super uncommon out here. So I do think, yeah, as long as your lawyer isn't ChatGPT, I think you're good. According to White Lotus, just get them caught cheating. Yeah, well, there you go too. It's tempting to write off, and then this idea, I'm sorry, but this is also just so sexist. This idea that like good-looking women are just leeching onto men and taking everything from them. It's like, come on, okay? These men, these older men especially, who want to fuck younger women, no, I don't feel badly for them. I don't. I'm like, let those women get whatever they want. Okay. So it's tempting to write off. Can I send you my credit card on your Instagram now so you can do some shopping live? Yeah, that sounds great and totally legitimate. It's tempting to write off Crowder's words as an obvious projection of his own insecurities, that no woman would ever marry him for love. But unfortunately, there's something more sinister afoot. Men like Crowder could go to therapy for their anxieties, but instead, they see the solution as legally entrapping and holding women hostage. And it's terrifying. And now the conservative National Review has piled on in a tweet, sharing an article about the supposed decline of marriage. Dan McLaughlin, a senior writer at the magazine, wrote, "Time to check in on how well the institution of marriage is holding up after people told us over multiple rounds of sexual revolution, no-fault divorce, gay marriage, that none of this would change anything and it would be fine." So you know how these conservatives love to talk about how people aren't having kids, it's a big problem, blah, blah, blah. And so alongside that, they are deeply concerned about marriage being on a steady and steep decline. People are just not getting married, and if they do, they are getting divorced. Conservative pundit Matt Walsh went so far as to defend Kanye West's threatening behaviors toward estranged wife Kim Kardashian after she filed for divorce. God love Matt Walsh. Hot take. It's actually totally normal and healthy for Kanye West to be extremely, even obsessively angry about the fact that his wife is shacking up with another man. It is, in fact, the most normal thing about him. I wonder how Matt Walsh would feel about Kanye West having a boyfriend. I'm serious. Matt Walsh, who was praising Kanye West for being for acting very aggressively towards Kim Kardashian. I wonder if he would be cool with the allegations that Kanye West had a boyfriend. Yeah, so there have been rumors for years that Kanye is either gay or bisexual. And there was supposedly this, so I think I've explained what blinds are, celebrity blinds. So celebrity blinds are a blind item is a gossip column in which the identities of the people are under discussion are obscured, usually with witty clues which readers can untangle. So there have been many blinds about Kanye West having male lovers. He had an affair with that designer in France, right? So that's one who people have alleged that Kanye has had an affair with. Oh, I thought you had some insider info. I personally don't have insider info, but this is just something that I have read or heard about for some years now. So anyway, I would be very curious. I'd be very curious to see how Matt Walsh felt about that, because Kanye had those boyfriends when he was married to Kim Kardashian. There was a rumor he slept with Jeffree Star. Yep. But yeah, these rumors have been around for decades that Kanye is at minimum bisexual. People are scandalized by this opinion, but wait until they find out. I also think no-fault divorce should be abolished. Oh my God. Just last May, Daily Wire commentator Michael Knowles responded to Bill and Melinda Gates' announced separation with the bizarre rant about no-fault divorce. We see the weakening of marriage through no-fault divorce. Bill Gates was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. It's like these people love to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. These conservatives love to go on and on about like Democrats being pedophiles and Jeffrey Epstein and the island, et cetera, et cetera. Except now you have somebody who actually was friends with Jeffrey Epstein and was on his plane many times. And instead, Michael Knowles decides to defend Bill Gates by blaming Melinda Gates and ranting about no-fault divorce. Knowles posted a series of questions. Do you think society has gotten much better since the social and sexual revolutions of the 60s, or has it gotten a little bit worse? Are we in a period of ascendancy or a period of decline? I'm just asking questions here. Right now, attacks on divorce are primarily coming in the form of right-wing media talking points rather than policy. But John Neffel, a senior writer at Media Matters for America and author of the aforementioned report, notes that conservative lawmakers take their cues from right-wing media. What's crucial to remember about these sometimes fringe, sometimes more mainstream conservative shows is that this is where a lot of right-wing ideas incubate and begin to take hold. It's important to counteract these patterns early on, because if they become another conservative talking point, they're much more likely to make a jump from people running their mouths on streams to serious policy that can put people in direct harm. And this is why I'm talking about this right now, okay? Because this is what happens, right? Things are so normalized by right-wing media, whether that is talking about trans people as groomers, whether that is saying that abortion is killing babies, whatever it is, right? Whether it is saying that we need to get rid of no-fault divorce to strengthen the institution of marriage. When this becomes something that right-wing media is saying over and over again, conservative lawmakers take note of this. They take note and they shape policy based on what is popular amongst right-wing media. As Neffel has pointed out in his reporting, women are granted sole custody of children more often, owing to men historically having higher incomes and sexist ideas about mothers being natural caregivers. But sexist assumptions about women as children's sole caretakers have harmed mothers in other ways. When women's abusive partners or other adults harm their children, laws in some states criminalize the mother. There have been several recent high-profile cases of this, including Rebecca Hogue in Oklahoma and Melissa Lucio in Texas. It's important to not write off these claims about no-fault divorce as a fringe far-right fad. After all, for years, women and pregnant people's fears about abortion rights were ignored or even mocked by conservative politicians. And we all saw what happened in June. Ultimately, although it might seem outlandish now, that doesn't mean it's going to seem outlandish 2 or 3 years from now. If the overturning of Roe taught us anything, it's to take conservatives at their word when they say they want to take our freedoms. Banning divorce, like banning abortion, is, if not a recipe for trauma and abuse, at the very least, a recipe for extreme unhappiness and state denial of people's agency and personal freedoms. Yet, frighteningly enough, if right-wingers are already talking about it, history tells us it won't be long before they start legislating it. Yikes, yikes, yikes. So that's why the worst part of this whole Steven Crowder getting divorced is him like saying that the only reason he's getting divorced is because as of right now, no fault divorce is allowed. That's the assumption that there was no fault in the marriage between him and his wife, right? Yeah, freedom for me, but not for my wife. Yikes.
Side point.
All right, let's get back into now the fight between Steven Crowder and Candace Owens.
He stressed that keeping the divorce private was essential to protect the emotional and physical safety of his children, and he absolutely has a right to conceal that information from the public. It's not necessarily something that's part of our business. I don't care about that. But he's going to point out that other people in this space knew and threatened to use that information against him, specifically Candace Owens. Here's what he says.
Many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven has a lot going on. I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like
no, there's no redemption for Candace.
This if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Steven purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X...
Oh, let me move my camera so you can see his gun. Just, right there. But no gun holsters.
Person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion. I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it.
Why does he look like he's wearing
I will
a muscle
say
suit?
that what's in the best
He's a
interest of my
manly
children
man.
is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children.
I think it's hard. It's hard to imagine who I would be the most miserable married to. Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles. Like, it's really hard to say how I would rank them. Which one would be the absolute fucking worst? Matt Walsh, yeah, he's said a lot of really, really creepy statements about raping kids or like having sex, about children being sexy. He's got like actual pedophile vibes. I wouldn't trust him around my children. But it's hard to say. Oh, Hogan, thank you for that gifted to Steven Crowder. He's going to need it because his wife is taking everything in the divorce. It's hard to say, though. There's so many of them, too. Elon Musk, oof.
Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope that none of this has to go any further than that.
So make no mistake about it, he is ever so subtly suggesting that he's willing to take legal action against Candace Owens if she continues to speak out against this. So he viewed her tacit reference to his divorce as a threat. And if he didn't stop attacking the Daily Wire in his mind, he viewed her comments as, well, I'm going to spill the beans about your divorce. That's how he perceived it. And I think that that is a fair way to interpret her comments. Now, I'm not sure if that'll actually hold up in the court of law. I think that she has some plausible deniability, but at the same time, it's not unreasonable to assume from his perspective that she is making a thinly veiled threat here. Although he suggests that he can confirm that Candace knew for sure, which, I mean, it's likely that she did know, but in that video, he kind of admits that she probably knew, not necessarily bulletproof in the court of law. But when it comes to Candace Owens, she addressed his accusation in video and on Twitter. We'll get to Twitter first. She says, Steven Crowder accusing me of extortion is so patently insane that it honestly makes me question how there are still people who cannot see how thoroughly undone he has become. This is not stable behavior. He is a man on a spiral, outright bizarre and concerning. If you are going to use your children as human shields to block people from digging further into your divorce, please do so without inserting me into the narrative. To remind people,
didn't she say that she was going to bring on his wife?
Video Steven used in his show of me was a video of me responding to Steven's first set of bizarre attacks against the Daily Wire. Steven is not the victim. He never was the victim. He's just a bad person who continues to burn a lot of people. Okay, now to be totally honest, I think that Candace Owens is playing dumb here. I think that it's highly likely that she did know about his divorce, and that was her implicitly threatening to leak that news to the public about his divorce to make him look bad if he didn't be quiet about the Daily Wire. But I also think that she's right, that Steven Crowder is using his kids to shield himself from this in order to cultivate sympathy, I guess, which is kind of weird. Like, I get that protecting your kids
thank you for the Prime
is a
Gaming.
necessity, and I understand how, keeping this from getting into the public sphere is a good thing for your children. But at the same time, saying that, or implying rather, that this is going to threaten their physical safety is just bizarre, and I think that she's right about that. So I could see both sides of the argument here, and not to be offensive, or I hate both of these fucking people and hope that they both burn in hell forever. But I mean, you can kind of see how both of them they're both trying to use this, right? They're trying to finesse the situation to their own benefit. Remember, we're talking about inherently dishonest people here. So whenever they lob accusations against each other, it's not unreasonable to automatically assume the worst about both of them here. But the drama doesn't end there, because things quickly escalated when she responded on her show, and she also threatened legal action, but much more explicitly than Steven Crowder did.
That's it. That's the big scary story. I then went onto my platform and I said, pray for Steven Crowder, honestly, because that's what he needs. He needs a prayer. And apparently, nobody's answering those prayers right now because he's still acting erratic. He's now upping the ante and suggesting that I extorted him. I will not take that lightly, okay? I am not Hillary Crowder. I am not anybody in his family. I am not going to take somebody going onto his platform and alleging that I either harassed, threatened, or did anything that would put his children at risk. That is very serious stuff that he is saying. And so what I did this morning after this clip was sent to me is I contacted a defamation lawyer, and I am sending Steven Crowder a cease and desist. And I'm going to demand a full-throated retraction to the idea that Candace Owens threatened him or extorted him. And not that I simply did a little math.
Why is she using the second camera?
A crazy man doing these sorts of things to his friends obviously means that something is going on personally. Honestly, this time, I'm not even going to suggest anybody should pray for him. I am so deeply troubled by the idea.
She literally goes, you know what? No prayer. No prayer this time, okay? I said pray for him before. He doesn't get a prayer anymore. No prayer.
That he is trying to insert me into this narrative pertaining to his divorce. I'm frankly angry about this. So I'm going to hope that he does the right thing, okay? That he does another one of his live feeds on the exact same platform and via the exact same medium and offers me an apology and takes back every single word that he says.
I'm enjoying this so much. It is all so goddamn delicious. Listen, Candace, I think you should do it. I think you should definitely sue him for defamation. And Stephen, make sure that you also take legal action against her immediately.
Sue
and
everyone,
let's make sure that we all harden our stances further and involve the legal system so as to make it as ugly as possible. I want them both to lose. I want them both to fight as much as possible. I love watching all of this. I'm here for the ride. Now, it's difficult to know whose side grifters in their orbit are going to be on, but based on one preliminary response from a stinky motherfucker on the right, it seems as if they're siding with Steven Crowder because the quartering defended Crowder on Twitter.
Oh, God,
and
yeah, the quartering. Ugh.
He took a thinly veiled shot at Candace Owens, writing, "It's absolutely disgusting that people on the right would use Steven Crowder's divorce as leverage against him, to use it against him to embarrass him. Divorce happens. It doesn't even sound like it was his choice. You expect it from the left, but totally shameful from the right." Yes, because we all know that the left is known for using people's divorces against them.
Stinky.
It's so good. Lines are being drawn, and if you're on the right, you've got to pick a side. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. They do.
Yeah, the quartering
Now,
is
look, I
never
want to
gonna
make it very
side
clear
with
that I don't care about
black
either
woman.
one of these individuals or anyone involved. The optimal outcome for me, and really for American democracy, to be clear, would be for each of them to inflict the maximum amount of damage on each other so they both hemorrhage as much money and support as they possibly can while dividing their conservative fan bases in the process. That's honestly what I want to see. And considering the amount of rot that they've inflicted on the brains of Americans
think is going to side with her? I will be very curious if Ben Shapiro or Michael Knowles come out and say something, because obviously Ben Shapiro is the Daily Wire. Michael Knowles is employed by the Daily Wire, and they had that huge fight with Steven Crowder when he exposed the contract. So I don't know if anybody have they said anything? I haven't seen anything yet. But Shapiro already fucking hates Steven Crowder because of him leaking the contract. So I'll be curious if the Daily Wire and all of the people who work for the Daily Wire, who are these awful human beings that we talk about frequently, side with Candace publicly.
Propaganda. I don't feel bad saying that. I don't feel as if I'm being overly petty. These are bad people we're talking about here. And the hate that they've spread towards marginalized people, the LGBTQ plus community, like, I don't find it wrong to relish in their misery currently, including Steven Crowder's personal misery. The vile hate that he has spewed for years, the bigotry that he has espoused on his large platform, has literally incited harassment against multiple people, including gay people like Carlos Maza, and it made Carlos Maza suffer for years. His phone number was leaked. He was harassed for years. So the fact that Steven Crowder's divorce has caused him great pain is just a small taste of the misery that he's inflicted on other people. So I've got no sympathy for him. And I'd say that I hope this suffering will lead to his enlightenment, because, you know, oftentimes there's this trope that, you know, when you suffer through something, you'll come out stronger and have more wisdom. But this individual is not an honest actor, right? It's not like he's going to be enlightened and this experience is going to get him to understand the impact that he has on the world. We're talking about somebody who has paid millions of dollars to lie for a living. So we all know that none of this is going to change him for the better. So I can't feel any sympathy for him. When a normal person goes through an experience like this, they grow. They change, they learn more about themselves and their partner. Steven Crowder is incapable of introspection, so I don't expect him to be a better person at the opposite end of this. But with that being said, I'm not surprised that Steven Crowder's wife would leave him, because this is a miserable, hateful piece of shit, and he's clearly struggling with homosexuality, bisexuality, or gender dysphoria. And rather than embracing himself, he's choosing to suppress his true nature and to attack anyone.
I have never seen somebody who talks about like drag queens and trans people in a way that he thinks that they should die and be killed, and then frequently dresses up in drag. Steven Crowder, throughout the years, that has always been his thing. Yeah, the man spends more time on his outfits than I do. Exactly.
One who's brave enough to be their authentic selves. He's jealous. He's envious of queer people, which is probably why he lashes out against them so much.
Yeah,
and furthermore, I just got to point out that in 2015, he wrote this sanctimonious article for Fox News suggesting that his marriage was oh so special because him and his wife decided to not live together and didn't have sex until marriage. And he wrote, "Let me preface this column by saying this. My wife, I have to get used to saying that, and I not only waited sexually in every way. No, we didn't pull the Bill Clinton and technically avoid sex, but we didn't shack up as live-ins, and most importantly, we courted each other in a way that was consistent with our publicly professed values. We did it right. Feeling judged? I couldn't care less. You know why? Because my wife and I were judged all throughout our relationship. People laughed, scoffed, and poked fun at the young, celibate, naive Christian couple." Yeah, not so smug now, are we, Steven Crowder? Now, I'm sure that he felt judged because in true evangelical form, this insufferable prick pretended as if not fucking his fiance made him somehow superior to everyone else, and he probably wouldn't shut the fuck up about it and made being celibate his entire identity. And anyone who didn't agree with him or didn't want to hear about that or didn't do it exactly as he did were probably judged by him. So by them responding, I'm sure he's saying, oh, well, I felt judged. But really, I know people like this, right? I grew up in evangelical circles. These folks made it seem as if their relationships were better than everyone else's relationships because, you know, they did it the right way, God's way. But it turns out that doesn't actually matter.
I had this former friend who was having sex by the age of 15 and yet still pretended like she was a holy virgin and did it in a way where she pretended she was a virgin like it made her better than other girls and it was just so hypocritical. It was just so disgusting. It was a former friend who I ended up cutting ties on, but she would do this. She would like pretend she was a virgin, and in a way where it was like, I am saving myself because that's the right thing to do. And, you know, relationships are stronger when you save yourself for marriage with your partner, with the person who you're meant to be with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, the vegetarian who only eats chicken. Right. And I remember I wanted to be like, girl, you've been banging dudes since you were 15 years old. What are you even talking about?
And yeah, you were the judgmental prick, and now you kind of have to eat crow. Now you've kind of been proven wrong. In fact, your entire worldview has been proven wrong. But I mean, I can't speak to Crowder's wife, but I can guarantee that she is way better off without him, and I'm sure that she's happier now, and I wish her nothing but the best because Steven Crowder is an objectively terrible human being, and anyone who's not in his vicinity, I think, is probably much better. And I hope Crowder continues to stoke right-wing infighting, and I hope that the Daily Wire people respond by escalating, and I hope that all of their little sycophants watch in horror as they both burn each other to the fucking ground, because again, we are talking about terrible people whose purpose as right-wing propagandists seemingly is to inflict as much pain and suffering on people as they possibly can. So when they get a taste of their own medicine, when karma comes back to bite them in the ass, I don't feel bad for them. So I say, let them fight.
Yes, let them fight. Remember, everybody, we can feel bad for kids, okay? When kids are caught in the middle of something, kids should never be caught in the middle of something. But we never feel bad for somebody like Steven Crowder, okay? I wish him all the pain in the world. I wish him nothing but pain and suffering. This is an insane Facebook message. Or is this Facebook or is this Twitter? I don't know. So this is one of Steven Crowder's former employees. who's literally a neo-Nazi. So he weighs in on the divorce, saying, when Steven Crowder asked me to perform with him in Michigan, I said, of course, because he was the team leader and we were going to own the left. We worked on a song making fun of transgenderism. Like, you cannot believe this is real and not parody. Right before showtime, they put me in tight white pants and a bedazzled cape, and he wore a Speedo and leather chaps. I'm a natural Bravo, not an alpha, despite appearing very dominant in most scenarios. So I followed the team leader's decision, even though it didn't make sense to me. How was dressing like degenerate fruitcakes owning the left? I mean, it's the best way to own us. Good night, Briley. I agreed, so I'm no victim, but I felt very uncomfortable saying no, and I didn't want to let down the team. Over time, I realized more and more that we weren't owning anyone, and I just kept being asked to wear really degrading and sexualizing outfits. It's the main reason I now don't focus on whatsoever on what religion or political association someone claims. Only behavior, because the only thing Steven Crowder is owning is a bunch of dresses and a broken home. Change my mind. And then he included a photo of himself in the getup. What the fuck is a Bravo? I don't know, man. Owen is friends with Mike from Sword and Scale, just to point out again what a piece of shit Mike from SNS is. Sick. So yeah, this Owen Benjamin guy is a real piece of shit. And it is so telling though. It is so telling though that he basically in this statement was like, I don't understand. Steven Crowder said that we were going to own the left, that we were going to, you know, make fun of transgenderism and et cetera, et cetera. But then we just ended up wearing like the types of clothes that those transgenders wear. I didn't understand how we were owning the left when it's like the Carrie Bradshaw meme. I couldn't help but it's the Carrie Bradshaw I couldn't help but wonder meme. I couldn't help but wonder, were we really owning the left or were we owning ourselves? Type. I couldn't help but wonder, were we really making fun of transgenderism? Or did we just look fucking stupid? Wanted to own the libs, but now all I own are these assless chaps. Yeah. I mean, you know, it speaks to Steven Crowder being closeted. And the fact that he is so angry at the world because he can't accept himself, he turns it into right-wing punditry, right? Because here is a way to dress up like a woman, okay? Here's a way to put on tight pants and sparkles and everything else. And rather than be accepting of who he is and have to deal with people like him hating on him, he can dress up that way in a way that's making fun of and attacking the people who are like that. They hate what they secretly desire. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is not rocket science. This is not something that we've never seen before. This is a pretty common thing, right? Somebody who is really angry or hateful or homophobic or whatever acts that way because in reality they can't accept who they are. And so rather than have to deal with that and be honest and just, you know, deal with the repercussions of living their lives as their true selves, they turn that hate outward and they project it onto the very people who they are jealous of. Here's a video of him being a very straight man. All right, here we go. Right? Because that's what it is. People like Steven Crowder, he is jealous of others who are who
I'm
are
afraid of it
not
coming
afraid
back.
to be
Afraid of
themselves.
Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase.
I just don't understand what's like why you can't be a guy who prefers men over women and also not like to pay high taxes. Hey, I can be bisexual and also want lower taxes. Okay, let me ask you this: how many people who claim to be bisexual are actual bisexual? Do you think do you think a lot of them lie about it to seem cool? I'm coming for you.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oof. A guilty dog barks the loudest. Yeah. I can't believe the top comment is, can't believe him claiming to have a bisexual phase went unnoticed for so long. This shit is about to blow up now for sure. I know you're not saying it, but I want to make sure it's clear to others that cis men can and do cause majority of harm and have the majority of the hatred for LGBT people. So a lot of times that cis people get almost let off the hook because they get to say, well, people are homophobic because they're secretly gay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that acknowledging that a lot of bigotry from people like Steven Crowder is a result of their own, of their own internal homophobia and hatred. I think we can say that and then also not be letting them off the hook, right? It's the same thing when talking about addicts, where their behavior can be explained from having an addiction, but it also in no way absolves them or allows them to not take 100% responsibility for their actions. So yeah, of course, it's not every single evil person out there who's spouting homophobic rhetoric. Like, they're not all secretly gay or, trans or bisexual or whatever. It's not all of them, but it is something that has happened throughout time, where many times the loudest voices are those who are doing that because they are hoping to draw attention away from themselves and who they really are. And you can acknowledge that truth without letting them off the hook. Like, I don't feel badly for me saying Steven Crowder obviously seems to be closeted and is unable to accept himself, and so he is projecting his anger onto the people that he is jealous of because they are out there living their lives as their true selves. Like, I don't say that and go, so we should excuse his homophobia. Not all homophobes are gay, but it's definitely a thing with how repression and projection so often go together. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people who are repressed end up behaving a certain way and saying things because of that repression. And so, in an ideal world, nobody would be repressed, nobody would feel repressed, but we don't live in an ideal world. So those people like Steven Crowder who appear to be repressed, and perhaps that is an explanation for why he says the things he says, it doesn't mean that he's not a bad person still. Yeah, he is. It's definitely more nuanced than looking at people as a whole, but this guy just seems closeted based on the video. Dresses random hatred for zero reason. It just seems like self-hatred. Yeah, I think that about anything, though, is like, you have choices in life. And this is something that I've talked about with friends of mine who grew up very religious, or who grew up very in conservative families, whose parents today are super right-wing, and they chose a different path for themselves. And then I know people who grew up in environments like that and then are absolutely the product of their environment. They are conservative like their parents. They are deeply religious like their parents, like their grandparents, and are passing that on to their children. So I really do think in life, even if you grow up in an environment where it seems almost impossible to like have any other life than the one that seems to have been preordained for you based on who your family is. I still think that we have choices, and I know that because I see people who grew up in the most just in environments that I cannot believe that they were able to escape from them. And they did, though. Nora Jones. Wait, what's Nora Jones's story? She didn't have the warmest relationship with her father, blah, blah, blah. After being distant, Jones finally reached out to him when she turned 18. Evil Straight Guy, thank you for the gifted. You're speaking of ultra-left ideology that if you're not accepting of everything, you're therefore a bigot. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the point of commentating about the guy's potential projection instead of talking about his arguments? Do you mean like taking his arguments seriously? Because his arguments are extremely awful, and they're arguments. I mean, it's not really an argument. It's just him being misogynistic and racist. Like, all the shit that he says is with the intention of repressing women, people of color, the LGBTQ community. And so we have been discussing Steven Crowder as a person, and him being an instance of somebody who is very repressed and takes that out on on the LGBTQ community. Yeah. It's just dumb stuff to justify hatred. They're not points. Right. Yeah, they're not arguments. Okay. Has the Majority Report commented yet? Yeah, I'm sure, Sam. They're always on that shit. Let me see. Sam Cedar. I feel like a young Sam Cedar and a young Steven Crowder kind of look similar. Let's see what he said. Majority Report did it live, roasted the fuck out of him. I'm sure they did. Yeah, okay, it's a 30-minute video. Are there just any clips? Any particularly noteworthy moments? Also, what is ultra-left ideology? The idea that we should have healthcare, that all people should be allowed to live in peace and have equal rights. Yeah, I guess that's ultra-left. I was gonna reply to someone, but I'm over this topic now. Yeah, you gotta know when to argue and then when to not. Sam wants you to know that he had nothing to do with diminishing Crowder in the eyes of his ex-wife. Okay.
I had nothing to do with this. I have never met the former Mrs. Crowder. Yeah. That it wasn't like I don't know if she
He's such a zaddy. I'm gonna be honest. He's a zaddy.
Saw what happened when Steven came on there. Maybe I would imagine it's not inconceivable to me that somebody could see their husband run in that way and feel like, this is a sort of a force majeure. The type of, you ever see that movie?
No.
Force majeure, where you see like an essential weakness in your person or a flaw, and you can't get past it.
She got the ick.
I just want to say that was never my intention. I know people say like, "Oh, you sent Steven Crowder into the hospital," and that may be true. It might,
you'll take credit for that.
It may have caved. I may have caved his chest. It wasn't my intention. Wasn't my intention. But I would hate to think that I was responsible for
diminishing him and his wife's eyes.
Diminishing him and his wife's eyes.
L plus ratio plus put you in the hospital plus fucked your wife. Yeah, Sam Cedar should literally just be like, I'm not saying I didn't have sex with her, but Crowder's wife just realized she couldn't keep living with a man who was too afraid to debate Sam Cedar. Yeah, true. Change my mind. Do you think he said that to... Do you think his wife said that to him? When she was like, hey, fucko, I want a divorce. Change my mind, bitch. Yeah, these tweets are really just so... I just wish women understood how much men love them and want them to be the women they were designed to be. Oh my God. Oh my God. Designed to be. What was I designed to be? What was I designed for? Ultra left. I hate to hear that term. Being a responsible, empathetic person doesn't make you ultra extreme. Yeah, it's like when people, it's like when centrists or people on the right call progressives like AOC extremists. It's like, what are you talking about? Wanting people to be able to have health care and, you know, not die if something happens to them medically, and also like be able to afford rent, like not have to work 40 hours a week with no shot of being able to pay rent, and being able to marry whoever they want to marry. It's like, these are not extremist things, but we just live in a country. We live in a time period where these are now considered extremist views. Equality is so extreme, yes. How radical, exactly. I want a divorce, change my mind. Please, somebody Photoshop Steven Crowder's wife with the mug sitting at the table. I want a divorce, change my mind. Okay, let's talk about the next story. So, we had Dark Brandon announcing his re-election bid. We've got Steven Divorce Dad Crowder. And then let's look at the Alec Baldwin situation. Okay. Alec Baldwin's manslaughter charges. Alec Baldwin. Let's see what this is.
We have a big development in the investigation of Alec Baldwin after that deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. Prosecutors have dropped involuntary manslaughter charges against him, at least for now. He was holding the gun when it went off, killing cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Jonathan Vigliotta shows us why the charges against the star have now been dismissed.
You were in the room when someone was shot?
Holding the gun, yeah.
Alec Baldwin was rehearsing a scene for Rust when his gun discharged on the film's New Mexico set in October 2021. It was loaded with live ammunition.
It should have been a cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy rounds.
Baldwin has insisted he never pulled the trigger of the weapon that killed Helena Hutchins and injured director Joel Souza. Prosecutors initially argued otherwise.
This was a negligent discharge of a firearm because he pulled that trigger.
That was Santa Fe District Attorney Mary Carmack Altwies speaking with CBS News in January. But on Thursday, special prosecutors...
honestly, pulling the trigger or not pulling the trigger is in my opinion, irrelevant to the case because this is a specific situation where it's a movie set, right? And actors are not required to be professional gun handlers. It's why movie sets hire armorers, okay? They hire professionals whose job it is to ensure safety on set. So, what happened to the Hannah Gutierrez, the armor? I don't know yet. I haven't seen that charges on her were dropped. Let's take a look at that afterwards.
Prosecutors overseeing the case said
sets a dangerous precedent to hold an actor. Yes, exactly. So I'm in SAG-AFTRA, and when this happened, SAG-AFTRA released a statement that was like, it is setting a dangerous precedent to charge Alec Baldwin with these manslaughter charges as the actor on set in this film where the DP Helena Hutchins died. Because it means now that going forward, actors are going to worry that if something happens that, previously they didn't think that they would be responsible for, that they could be held legally liable. You don't point at people, the camera can make it look like you do. Exactly. But either way, like if he thought that the gun didn't have bullets in it, which is what he thought, right? Because the gun had been declared cold and there was a professional on set to ensure that the gun was safe, then, him accidentally pulling the trigger or not, like you shouldn't even be in that situation where if an actor were to accidentally pull a trigger during a scene, then the gun could go off and kill someone. Like that, pulling the trigger or not, that shouldn't be the difference between someone's life and death on set.
New facts were revealed that demand further investigation and forensic analysis, leading them to dismiss involuntary manslaughter charges against Baldwin. They added the decision does not absolve Baldwin of criminal culpability, and charges may be refiled.
I was very surprised when I heard the charges had been dropped.
There was also a lot of sketchiness with the DA who charged him with something that was a law that hadn't gone into effect until after the shooting happened.
Then I was even more surprised when I read what the reasoning seems to be.
CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman pointed to new reports which suggest the gun in question may have been modified before it was delivered to set.
What we've learned is that if this gun had in fact been modified and that it could go off without someone pulling the trigger, is that the prosecutors and their first investigation was not thorough.
Involuntary manslaughter charges have not been dropped against Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who was in charge of weapons on the set.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
Her lawyers say they expect her to be
I didn't realize how young she is.
Exonerated. And meanwhile, Assistant Director David Halls, who inspected the gun before giving it to Baldwin,
that is a
has
child.
pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor charge, negligent use of a deadly weapon. For CBS Mornings, I'm Jonathan Vigliotti.
Well, Alec Baldwin has been very consistent in that he says he didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah.
But then you had experts say the gun couldn't have fired without it being pulled, and now you hear that it may have been modified. It makes you think, why wasn't that information revealed in the beginning?
It might have been tricky to figure it out technically. And I think we all assume you might not have thought you pulled the trigger, but maybe out of habit or instinct or something.
Or it was a hair trigger.
You may not remember it, but you might have.
Right.
Or a hair trigger.
Another question is, who modified the gun?
Yes.
If that's the case.
Other question is, how did a live bullet get in that gun? Still so many questions, but the bottom line is she's no longer with us, and that still makes this a very, very tragic story.
Yep.
She's got a young son and a husband. That's still very difficult.
You're right about that.
Yeah, those are definitely important questions to ask and also to be answered.
Ago, Baldwin had been.
Phillips, we are coming on the air with some breaking news this hour. We have just learned that all charges are going to be dropped against award-winning actor Alec Baldwin. This comes on the day that his movie Rust was set to resume following that fatal on-set shooting. Our investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, joining us with more. What do we know, Aaron?
Kira, word came to us via sources just moments ago that the 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter against Alec Baldwin in connection with the shooting that killed Helena Hutchins on the set of Rust in New Mexico are going to be dropped. We now have a statement from Alec Baldwin's attorneys saying we are pleased with the decision to dismiss the case against Alec Baldwin, and we encourage a proper investigation into the facts and circumstances of this tragic accident. That statement from the attorneys for Alec Baldwin, Luke Nikas and Alec.
Do I think more people will see the film when it comes out because of everything? I don't know. Maybe like a, I don't know, maybe a morbid curiosity or something. Do you think the film will do numbers? Oh, before audience, morbid curiosity, or will it bomb? Yeah. Again, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, but I guess we'll see.
Alex Spiro just moments ago.
Yeah, probably won't
Baldwin
even,
had
it
been
probably
charged
will
with
be
those
mid.
2 counts of
Yes.
involuntary manslaughter that had accused him of ignoring safety standards that are supposed to be the protocol for movie sets. They also really said that Alec Baldwin was negligent as the lead producer on the film, and there were enhancements included in those charges, Kira, that would have called for some significant prison time had he been found guilty. His attorneys have always said, and Baldwin told ABC's George Stephanopoulos, that he did not pull the trigger. That's not how he operates, and that he had no reason to believe that there would be a live round in the chamber of the gun. And
Fuck Alec Baldwin for being anti-union, but fuck the DA for clout chasing with the absurd charges. Yes and yes.
now the prosecutor in New Mexico has dropped those 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. The special prosecutor in the case had already resigned, and now we learn that the whole case against Alec Baldwin is going away. Kira.
The armor
And
is
our
a
Kana
nepo
Whitworth
baby.
out of Los Angeles now. Kana, what does this mean for Baldwin's co-defendant and
God.
ex-Rust armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed? I mean, charges still stand against her, right? It looks like it's falling on her now.
Kira, you're
Bro,
exactly.
I'm sorry. Can they not use a different photo? Like, this photo they keep using of her. I'm sure this would have been a sick IG post, like on the set of my latest film, but this ain't a good photo for somebody who currently has manslaughter charges against them because a person died on the set where they were supposed to be in charge of the guns. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have anything else? Don't they usually like to show, especially when they're talking about white people who killed people, don't they usually like to show happy, smiling photos of them, like the dad on the jet ski, you know?
Right. So while Baldwin is breathing a sigh of relief here, all things are still moving forward with this armor, with Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Nothing has changed for her at this moment. She is facing this count of involuntary manslaughter, and she will still stand trial at this point. And again, that trial, the preliminary part of it is set to start on May 3rd. And so we have called out to the DA's office there. We are waiting for a statement from them, but we have not heard that yet. So again, as you mentioned, Kira, all things right now are falling directly in the lap of the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who still faces her charges. We also want to point out, too, that we, of course, can't forget about Dave Halls. He was in charge of safety on the set, and a reminder that he has already accepted a plea deal there. He was sentenced to 6 months of unsupervised probation for the negligent discharge of that firearm on the set of Rust. So as we watch this go forward now, all eyes there, of course, Kira, are on Hannah Gutierrez.
I think the fact, and I said this before when we were talking about this case, is everything, if they can't get Alec Baldwin, they are going to pin it all on Hannah. Yeah, and that she should be the one who gets in trouble, right? This was her job. I don't really think that we should be doing nepo babies when it comes to professional gun handlers on sets, you know? I'm okay with a nepo baby being in the film, right? I don't think that we should be doing nepo babies when it comes to a position on a movie set where you need to make sure that people don't die. Okay? I kind of want the best. I want the best of the best, you know? It's always the armorer's fault, point blank, period. Yes, and it should be. So a lot of people were like, well, Alec Baldwin, wasn't he the producer, et cetera, et cetera? Yes, but the way that they were charging him was they were charging him as the person who fired the gun that killed Helena Hutchins. because he was the one who was holding the gun, and the prosecutors claim that he hit the trigger, so it fired, then that's why they charged him with involuntary manslaughter.
All right, Kana Whitworth, also our Aaron Katursky, thank you so much. I'm Kira Phillips. You can join me back on ABC News Live for more. And, of course, tonight on World News with Dave.
Why would they have live ammo in a gun on a movie film? Why not just use a dummy or a fake? I think the reason that live ammunition has been on sets before is to help actors get the feel of what shooting a gun actually feels like, of when you fire and it recoils. So I know that they practice sometimes with live ammunition in order to just make it realistic. But I also it's also not common to have live ammo. What they'll have is they'll have dummy rounds, which have the lead tip, but they contain no gunpowder. But again, live rounds are really never on set except for rare occasions. Like, I don't know, a show that needs to, an educational show where you would need to see someone firing, or if, offset, the actors are practicing with guns on a shooting range. So excited to see you and Kaide collab together. Yeah, I'm excited to collab with Kaide tomorrow too. Yeah, so what I will say is that I think the whole everything that has happened on this movie set and everything afterwards, I think it is going to change the way that shit happens on set, because one of the big problems with the film, and something that I have absolutely said Alec Baldwin is responsible for as one of the producers, is that they cut corners to save money. So they did a lot of really shitty things, like didn't hire union people and just hired non-union people so they could pay them nothing and they could make them work for 14, 15 hours a day. They also put them up in hotels that were an hour and a half away from set. Alec Baldwin stayed close to set, whereas all the crew had to travel every single day. There were just a lot of instances of the producers of this film, which included Alec Baldwin, taking shortcuts in order to pinch pennies. So that is probably, I would say that the death of Helena Hutchins probably had something to do with this movie set just being handled improperly. But that, I think, is trickier to file charges versus them filing charges against Hannah Gutierrez Reed and Alec Baldwin for firing the gun and then also being the one in charge of the gun. So because if they were to come after Alec Baldwin as a producer, saying that because this film cut corners, things were being run haphazardly and sloppily, and that is what led to Helena Hutchins' unfortunate death, they would have to charge Alec, they would have to charge all the producers, they would have to charge the studio, you know what I mean? Like, it would just be much more complicated. I always think it's funny when I'm talking and I'm trying to stay concentrated so I don't read chat. And then I'll stop talking and I'll look over at chat and there's just like all these arguments happening between people. I'm like, what? It's like I'm the teacher who's talking and then I turn around and the class is all fighting. I'm like, oh. They can still have a civil trial. There was a civil trial already. The Hutchins family The Hutchins family sued. And let me see what the update is on that. Okay. The family of Helena Hutchins, the arrests cinematographer who died on set, says they will sue Alec Baldwin despite his criminal charges being dropped. So, yeah, they had already said that they were going to sue, and I think the lawsuit has been filed. Yes, it has been filed. It's underway. But the family came out and basically said, despite the criminal charges against Alec Baldwin being dropped, we are still pursuing a civil case. So the lawyer, Gloria Allred, who's a pretty famous lawyer, represents Hutchins' mother and her father and sister, said Friday that her clients remain hopeful, asserting that Mr. Baldwin may pretend that he is not responsible for pulling the trigger and ejecting a live bullet which ended Helena's life. He can run to Montana and pretend that he's just an actor in a Wild West movie. But in real life, he cannot escape from the fact that he had a major role in a tragedy which had real-life consequences. Baldwin's lawyers call their action misguided and unlikely to survive legal scrutiny. Baldwin, as both star and producer of the film, previously reached a deal. Oh, right. Okay, so Helena's widower had already sued, and then they settled. I think it was like $7 million or something. The details of which remain private, but which include the latter becoming a named executive. Okay, right. So in the lawsuit, Helena's widower basically said, I want, besides X amount of money, I want to be an executive producer on this film if you want to continue to produce it, because I want to make sure that Helena's last work is preserved and that, I want to be a part of it on her behalf. Director Joel Souza made a statement calling the move bittersweet and vowed to finish the film on Helena's behalf. No working firearms or ammunition are allowed on set for the film. Yeah, no shit. Baldwin had been due to appear in court May 3rd for a preliminary hearing, but the charges were formally withdrawn on Friday, following prosecutors' receipt of other information. The film's armor remains charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. So yeah, the widower settled his lawsuit, but the family's lawsuit is still ongoing. Yeah. And they have made a statement that despite the criminal charges being dropped against Alec Baldwin, they are proceeding with the civil case. Yes. And I showed you guys yesterday, we didn't talk about the story, but I showed you yesterday the bizarre photo that Hilaria Baldwin posted after the manslaughter charges were dropped. It's so fucking so cringe, man. I'm seriously, I just feel that everything she does is for attention. Zio VGM, thank you for gifting that sub. Everything she does is for attention, and it is so pathetic. It's disgusting. Like, we watched that video of when the, of when those reporters were asking her questions, and, like, she could have just walked away, but instead she decided to make a whole thing out of it and use her fake accent again. Hold on. Hilaria Baldwin orders. Yeah, here it is.
gonna tell you what I'm gonna say. You're not gonna ask me questions. I'm gonna tell.
Like, these reporters were just standing there. Hey, Mrs. Baldwin, like, how's Alec doing, et cetera, et cetera. And she comes up.
Moments before this, cameras were up in her older children's
Like,
faces.
she could have
And then,
just walked
carrying
away.
their newborn daughter in her arms, an emotional Ilaria decided to gather the mob of media in a gaggle outside of her New York home.
I want you guys to realize that we have 7 kids, and you being here to escort them to school and to be there when they come home is not good. So on a human level, you guys know I'm not gonna say anything to you. You know that. So please, leave my family in peace and
Leave-
let this all play out, okay?
Look at this guy walking his dog who just stops and immediately takes out his phone.
So let my kids come home and you stay away from them because they ask me, Mommy, what are these people doing? And it's a very hard thing as a mom to try to explain. So please, go home.
Go
'Cause
home.
I'm not going to say anything, and Alec is not going to say anything.
Your lawyers have said something about the charges. What do you?
Okay, so anyway, that was the cringe ass interview from a couple months ago. And then this is the photo that she posted after the manslaughter charges were dropped with just the caption of a heart. Do you think she keeps the accent up? Well, she named her kids Spanish names, so it's kind of built in. Ronaldo. You know what I mean? Like, I think she named them Spanish names so that she can keep up the pretense. You should recreate that photo with you and Will. Yeah, I wonder if people would know what we were imitating. It's just so weird. I just hate this photo. I really, really passionately despise this picture. Here's everything I hate about this photo. I hate that her bare feet are in it. Why are you showing your feet? Okay. I hate that she is cradled up against him like a baby. Like she is in a child's position. Okay? I hate that both of them have these like dramatic looks on their faces. Okay? I'm sure this has been very hard on the family, but they're not Helena Hutchins' family. Okay? Helena Hutchins is dead. She left behind a husband and a son and a mother and a father and a sister and other family members. You know what I mean? So I have no doubt that this has been very harrowing, but life has continued on for the Baldwins, okay? Life has not stopped for them. So this just feels so fucking staged. Yes, I hate the picture of their family behind them. All right? Her bare legs and her feet are in this photo twice. Ilaria Baldwin's bare feet are in this picture 2 times. Okay? It's just so I hate everything about it. I really do. Same energy. Yes, I remember this picture. They were so unserious, like. But yeah, the more you it really is. Except honestly, Spencer and Heidi probably have more of a reason to be looking this dramatically staged. Right? Oh my god. You and Will should do it, but with Will as Ilaria. Ilaria! Yeah, this big ass fucking rock on her finger, man. I hate the whole thing. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It is so staged. It is so, just the intentions are so obvious here. Okay? Everything Ilaria does makes me crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Vibes are always off with her. Uh-huh. Those are the feet that no one wanted to see. Like, at least Heidi has her feet covered up here, okay? All right? She's got her low-rise jeans. God, the low-rise jean era. It's coming back. It's back. Oh, coming back. I mean, it's here. I can't. What is that? Very loud techno music. All right. There is music that is playing so loudly. Heidi Montag setting a chair on the sidewalk and calling the paparazzi on herself to catch her crying because her music video got terrible reviews. Oh my God, I remember this. Her music video got terrible reviews, and it's the level of camp that pop culture is missing today. We need this back, okay? Give us this shit again. All right? Give us celebrities talking shit on each other on Twitter. And then also staging stuff like this. When was this? Oh my God. God, I don't remember. They were so unserious. Fuck. I want to say... I want to say it was, which music video was this? Superficial or Blackout? I missed your gift. Oh my God, Hogan, thank you for gifting to Low Rise Jeans. Sorry, I was very concentrated on trying to find out which year this was from. Thank you again, though. Sorry, I'm doing some very important research here. I want Heidi on where she cried after reviews. I want to know what music video it is. Okay. Her debut single Higher. Okay, Heidi Montag. Higher. Oh my God. All right. Is there a music video? Wow. Okay. Scuffed. Why is it so scuffed? Hold on. Let me see if I can go on YouTube. That was so bad. I think it's gone. I think the video is no longer on the internet. That is maybe the last remaining copy that we have of Heidi Montag's music video for the song Higher. Okay.
The following program contains mature themes.
Okay, what is this? No. We've seen enough. I don't know. I don't know if we've seen enough. Yeah, this came out in 2000. Oh my God. Wait. I forgot that Spencer was the one who filmed the video. Oh my God. I'm remembering this all now. I'm remembering when this came out. I remember the whole thing. Spencer was the one who filmed it, which is why it looks so shitty. Yes. Get you a man who can make you a hit music video for reals. That is love, y'all. That is love. Oh, man. Okay, I have to run to the bathroom, so here's what I'm going to do instead. Why in the production value of this song does it sound like there's bugs like flittering around a light? Like the light, you know what I mean? Like it's summertime and these fluorescent lights. Do we have any celebrities anymore who are famous for just being famous, who decide to have music careers. You know what I mean? Like, that was definitely a thing. Back in the day, you had Paris Hilton, Kim Kardashian, Heidi Montag. Like, basically, if you were a celebrity who was just famous, okay, you didn't have to be famous for being an actor or whatever, you suddenly had a music career. Lindsay Lohan, exactly. There was an era, yes, there was an era where, like, all of these reality TV stars, people who were just around, you forgot how they even became famous, were putting out EPs. They were putting out singles. Happens all the time now with social media. That is true. Yes. Like, I saw that who was it? Lauren Gray, that TikTok girl who always edits her head to be really small. She put out a song. This literally sounds like Higher. Are you kidding me? Is this not Heidi Montag's song that we just listened to? Wait a second. Get your hopes up. Higher, higher. Someone else I let down. Hold a let down. This is literally, I just spit everywhere because I'm laughing so hard. How is this the same song? These songs were put out 15 years apart, and it's the same fucking song. Yes. Yeah. Okay. There's no bug zapper. All right. There's no bug zapper. It's a higher production quality, but this, make no mistake, this is higher. Okay. Like, it still sounds like shit mixing. Oh my God. That is so fucking funny. If you don't know who Lauren Gray is, she's some TikTok girl. I just used her as an example because somebody commented in chat and said, yeah, people who are famous on social media are also having pop careers too. And I was like, oh yeah, Lauren Gray. I remember seeing some billboard for her music. And that's the first song that I clicked on, and it's literally the same as Higher. Please try comparing the songs at the same time. Okay, hold on. Does Heidi have her music on? Let's see. Heidi Montag. Oh, she doesn't have Higher on here. Okay, let me pull up this on YouTube. Steve Mnuchin's wife. Oh my God. I mean, I know her because I know her producer partner. Oh my God. Okay, Heidi Montag, Higher. Anyway, this is the future of music. Yeah. Oh my God. I bet you I could find 10 other songs that sound exactly like that and add it into the mix. And all your little ADHD brains would be able to listen to it. Oh my God, that was so fucking funny. That was so funny. Because when I went to go play them at the same time, I'm like, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe those are different songs. And they started playing, and I was like, oh yeah, no, those are the exact same song. That is the exact fucking same shit. Holy moly. Oh, where's my water? That was so funny. Yeah, mash up 20 of those songs and make an actual masterpiece. God damn. It just goes to show, though. It just goes to show how many of these, I don't know, how many of these pop music producers are just recycling the same shit. They're like, yeah, you're a hot girl who's famous for, I don't know, being hot. You want to be a musician now? Don't worry. I got some songs for you. Like, that's just how it is. They're like, here you go. It's very unspecific. Okay. It's going to be terribly mixed. It will be catchy, though, as much as it feels like drills are being drilled into your brain. It will be catchy. Dangerous kind of sounds like higher. I'm telling you. There's probably a million of these fucking songs that all sound the same. I think there's a website that makes a playlist of similar songs to get from one specific genre to another. Yeah, that makes sense. God damn. That was too good. See, this is the beauty of streaming, okay? Never could I have predicted that we would have listened to Heidi Montag's first single, Higher. The beauty of streaming. All right. There's a lot of problems with AI art, but someone on Facebook made these dash cam sightings of Gwyneth Paltrow. What the fuck? Why does she look like this scary creature? The bug zapper is an underutilized instrument. It is. She looks terrifying. I kind of feel inspired to write something spooky. Yeah. She could be the subject of my next horror film. I like that somebody went, you know what I'm going to make? I'm going to make AI art that is dash cam sightings of Gwyneth Paltrow. How do you decide to do that, you know? How do you, like, when you're thinking of what you're going to make, you go, I'm going to make AI art, but it's dash cam sightings of Gwyneth Paltrow. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. God, now I have Higher stuck in my head. Higher, higher. It follows deleted scenes. Yeah. Yes. All right, let's watch this.
News and an actor from one of your favorite.
Let's watch this video because we haven't talked about Nicholas Braun yet. So we've talked about Jonathan Majors. We've talked about David Cho from Beef. Oh, did we talk about the statement that they put out? Maybe not. I can't remember because all this news broke right when I went to Montana and I didn't stream in Montana. So I can't remember if we talked about the statement that Lee Jung, who's the director and creator of Beef, Steven Yeun, and Ali Wong put out. We didn't talk about that. All right, we'll talk about that after.
Celebrity deaths usually.
So TLDR, if you have watched Beef on Netflix, which is an amazing fucking show, or you were considering watching Beef, you may have seen that there is a lot of shit happening surrounding that show because David Cho, who's one of the stars of the show, is a real disgusting piece of shit, and statements of his have resurfaced throughout from all the way back in 2014, but then also just additional shit that he has said or done throughout the years, which are statements that involve him joking, so he claims, about rape and just saying really, really heinous, disgusting things about raping this black masseuse. And he's awful. Everything I've read and seen about him points to the fact that he's just a real fucking piece of shit. But people from Beef were staying silent on the matter, even though the entire internet was like, yo, What the fuck, man? You guys need to speak on this because you're friends with David Cho, and that's how he ended up on the show. He's never acted before in his life, and he landed a role on a Netflix show. Obviously, that was nepotism, okay? Friendotism. And so Ali Wong and Stephen Yeun and Lee Sung-jin needed to say something, and then they did finally release a statement, and it's bad. So
usually come in threes. Well, it seems like these days it's actually celebrity scandals. As we're fully aware, the content machine is more relentless than ever before. Every company has a streaming service, and every streaming service has 400 shows in a cinematic universe that they're building up to. It can get exhausting. But sometimes there's that little peek through the clouds, that one critically acclaimed series that you love, or a new character introduction that you feel might breathe some fresh air into a franchise. And then, like clockwork...
No. Stephen Yeun was on The Walking Dead. I was talking about David Cho. David Cho has never acted before in his life, and his first role was on Beef because he's friends with Stephen Yeun and Ali Wong, who were the executive producers and stars of the show, so they got him that job. Oh, sorry, let me go back a sec.
Fresh air into a franchise. And then, like clockwork...
Yeah, so we gotta talk about Nicholas Braun.
This sucks. I mean, there's kind of no way around how much it sucks, and it's easier to sort of close your eyes and feign ignorance and pretend that you haven't heard the news that an actor from one of your favorite TV shows or movies is a shitty, awful person. And hey, maybe it doesn't matter because you're one of those people whose consumption of media isn't impacted by this type of thing. Is that the right way to go about it at this point? Does it depend on what the company does in response? I see arguments on both sides, really, and I've had a changing opinion on it over time. But before we get there, let's talk about the 3 stories at play here so everyone can be caught up on what's happening. First, let's talk about Netflix's new series Beef. Beef is an American comedy drama miniseries starring Stephen Yeun and Ali Wong. I haven't watched it, I heard it's very good, but it's about 2 characters who are pitted against each other after a road rage incident. The cast also features actor David Cho, who has gotten in some hot water over the last few weeks. Forgive me here, I have to use this god-awful self-censor language going forward because I don't want to get age-gated, but basically some comments resurfaced that Cho made on a podcast in 2014. In said podcast, Cho detailed a story about how he, quote, successfully...
Fuck, Farley is going insane. Farley! Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Well, I did not expect for the person who walked in my apartment to be S-fan. Stop. So Farley has this thing where he really hates men with long hair. I don't know why. So I heard him going insane, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And I walk outside, and S-fan had come in the apartment. I'm like, oh, yeah. Yep. Like, he did this with, you guys know Space Boy? So Space Boy has really long hair, and Farley's a conservative. Yeah. So he freaked out with Space Boy. He just freaked out with S-Fan. I'm trying to think of, there was somebody else. Like, whenever dudes will come over who, if their hair is just even this length, it doesn't have to be super long. It's okay. Yeah, Farley's you're enforcing gender norms. Farley. Definitely not Squeaks. Yeah, you probably wouldn't be afraid of Squeaks, huh? Yeah, he doesn't have long hair. It's okay. It's okay. What's wrong? You want to talk about it? Mwah. You are safe, okay? All right, soon we are going to outlaw men having long hair. Okay, because that's a woman's thing. All right? What are they, damn girlies? Damn girlies? Okay. All right, you're going to stay in here. Okay? Stay in here with me while we watch this video. Yeah, Farley's interviewing for that new primetime spot on Fox News.
Successfully R-worded a massage therapist. I won't read all of it out loud, but here's a transcript of what he said. Pause to read. This does not look great, but Cho has claimed multiple times that this incident was a work of performance art and that it never actually happened. He was just telling the story to get a rise out of people.
Does Farley bark at long-haired women? No.
People in the room, sort of similar to another situation that I can think of.
I didn't fuck my cat. I didn't come on my cat. I didn't put my dick anywhere near my cat. I've never done anything weird with my cats. I promised myself I wasn't going to make apology videos after last.
Once this was uncovered, fans of the show were waiting on.
Yeah, you guys remember when Shane Dawson said that? Ayo.
Breath for both Netflix and Cho's co-stars Ali Wong and Steven Yeun to address the situation. That statement finally came down on Friday, and people were not happy with it.
The story David
bad.
Cho fabricated 9
Hey Dante, thank you for the 5 months, and I hope
years ago is undeniably hurtful and extremely disturbing. We do not condone this story in any way, and we understand why this has been so upsetting and triggering. We're aware David has apologized in the past for making up this horrific story, and we've seen him put in the work to get the mental health support he needed over the last decade to better himself and learn from his mistakes.
Okay, so the thing that I took away from this statement was that they really wanted to get across that he made up the rape story. And so we talked about this when we first were discussing the controversy, where David Cho, in describing the rape of this woman, was extremely detailed, right? And so it leads me to believe that he actually wasn't kidding, right? And maybe it wasn't full on rape, but it just was too specific and it was too detailed, and it did not at all, of course, come across as a joke, right? Rape is not a joke, but the way that he told this joke really did not come across as a joke. So that is one of the important points, though, of this entire thing, is that David Cho, because he's been called out on this throughout the years, has repeated that this is just his sense of humor, right? And that's why when the beef producers, which included Ali and Steven, put out this statement, they mentioned not once but twice that he made this up, right? They want to make it clear that David Cho made up this rape story because they are friends with him, because they will continue to work with him, because they want to try to get this to go away as quickly as possible. So this statement, that was what I took away from this, is that they wanted to emphasize that what David Cho said was made up. Could the masseuse come forward? So as of right now, the masseuse has not come forward to say, yes, this was true, or yes, this was not true. Nobody knows who she is. I don't know if she has been contacted or not, but either way, it's not like she came out and said, oh yeah, no, it was, I don't know what he's talking about. So anyway, and then also this, I'm sorry, but I get so fucking tired when people talk about mental health. They use mental health in a way that is obviously so manipulative, man. He's putting in the work to get the mental health support. Like, let me tell you, every fucking time one of these dudes gets, it was the same thing with Ezra Miller. That's what James Gunn and the other guy said about Ezra Miller. They were like, oh yeah, Ezra Miller is really working on their mental health. They're seeing a therapist, et cetera, et cetera. And so mental health has just become something that is an excuse for everything, right? And it's so annoying because we still don't have a true mental health support system in this country. And yet we talk about mental health all the time. Like, oh yeah, mental health, you know, it's so normalized. Everybody's got a therapist. Everybody's working on their mental health. It's so fucking frustrating. So frustrating. But this is just, you know, like I bet if I asked Chat GPT to write me an apology because I got canceled, Chat GPT would probably put in something about me getting mental health support and treatment. Right? Because it's a way to excuse behavior. It's a way to be like, even when you say, my actions are inexcusable, but I was really going through it mentally and I've been seeking the treatment that I need and I've been working with a therapist to better myself, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So, you know, listen. Even if I give David Cho the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, fine, maybe he's not a rapist. Maybe this is a joke. I still think that this statement falls short, especially considering they had how long? At least a week of people calling upon them to say something. You know, like they had time. They had time to come up with something. This is what they came up with. Beef was so good, but this did leave a sour taste. Absolutely. I agree. Beef was so fucking good, and this made it taste moldy. They should have lied and said they didn't know about it. Well, yeah, I mean, it's tough, though, because recently something came out, and this is going to be really hard for me to... This is hard for me to say. But there was another podcast episode of Stephen Yun and David Cho, because they've been friends for a long time. This is not me being racist, but the Korean community in Los Angeles is very connected. So Stephen, Ali, David Cho, like they've been friends forever. I know a lot of Korean people in the industry, and it's very close-knit. So Stephen was on a podcast episode. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to find it, but basically Stephen was saying something and David Cho made another disgusting rape comment. Come on, I know it's... Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, Stephen Yun knew about... Yeah, Aura has been reporting on this whole thing. She's great. Knew about David Cho's DVD ASA, which was his old podcast. He was also a guest on 2 episodes. In one of those episodes, Yun is heard laughing when Cho talks about his fantasy of being tied up while his girlfriend is raped. So, trigger warning.
I wanted to ask you was, so I forgot if it was last season or the season before. It's because you guys do the mid-season breaks. Is the scene where you get tortured? Like, what the fuck? Like, there was a scene.
I think he's talking about Walking Dead, too. So, Maggie and Glenn on Walking Dead.
Where you and your girlfriend on the show get captured at the same time, and you're in the next room. Like, I forgot the exact, fuck, I should have researched it.
Listening to her potentially getting raped.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I remember this episode. If you're a Walking Dead fan, you probably will remember this as well. Maggie gets taken into the... Remember, it's it's the governor, right? Maggie gets taken to the next room, and Glenn hears her screaming. And she's basically being tortured, and it sounds like she's being raped. And so... It's awful. It's horrifying. He's like crying and screaming and trying to get to her and he can't. It's horrible. It's so fucked up. Yeah, it's very, very, it's early on. It's what, season, The Governor was season 3, I think. So yeah, it's the implied sexual. That was the moment when I realized what a fucking monster The Governor was. Yeah. because of the implied sexual assault, and Maggie, who's this really, really strong character, just screaming and pleading for her life, basically. It's very, very fucked up. But anyway, that is the episode that they're talking about here.
I mean, that is my number one jerk-off fantasy. So,
like, that was hot.
yeah, I was like...
Wait, what's the fantasy? You hearing your girlfriend get raped?
Well, let's just...
Or a girl get
Let's just
raped?
say it happened in real life. So I tie myself up, and I can't move, and then I call someone to come rape my girlfriend. In the
Oh, you're a cuckold.
Yeah, I cuckold myself.
Yeah.
So the thing I wanted to ask you was...
So David is disgusting, right? And I don't look at this and go, Steven Yeun's just as bad, because I do think that there is laughter sometimes where you laugh because you don't know how else to respond. And I also am trying to remember that this was some years ago, right? If this were to if this were to happen now, I think people would be more comfortable calling that shit out, right? Rather than just going along with it. I think the climate has really changed. So if you were on a podcast episode with a friend and you were two dudes, you probably would have the wherewithal to be like, we should cut that out. Or like, I probably need to say something so this doesn't look like I condone rape. But still, it's bad, right? And it's bad because obviously Steven and Allie, or at least Steven, based on this evidence, knew that David was this type of person and still were friends with him all these years later. I think that's what's most damning about this, is that Steven was on the podcast, where they frequently seem to joke about rape and like other just awful things. And so then they hired him specifically on Beef. They could have had anybody else. David Cho is not an actor, has never acted before in his life, but they wanted their friend to be on the show. And so that sucks. Like, you can't blame people for other people's behavior, but I do think that it can be telling sometimes what company you keep. You might not be that type of person, but it does say something about you if that's the company that you keep. And Ali Wong has had, I feel like over the last couple years, she's been called out for being friends with problematic male comedians. And again, it's like the company you keep, man. I really think, I don't know. I can't think of any friends I have who would behave this way. But I do think that if I had friends and I heard them joke in this manner, I would feel a responsibility to say something. If a friend of mine went into very explicit detail about raping a woman, I would have to challenge them on that, because I'd need to know that that was fake. You know what I mean? Honest question, is there good company in celebrity circles? Yes, not every celebrity is an awful human being, but it does seem repeatedly that the more famous people get, and the more famous they get, the more they surround themselves by famous people. And it really does seem like fame does something to your brain. Did you see the written words from Cho that were making the rounds with him going on a very homophobic rant against someone at Marvel Comics at the time? Yes, right. So this is what I'm saying. It's not just the rape thing that he said about that black masseuse. He has a history of saying really homophobic, racist, sexist shit. Like, that's his whole thing. That's who he is. So that's why I'm like, Allie and Steven are friends with this guy who seems really awful, and friends with him to the point that they are going out on a limb to get him on their Netflix show. This dude is horrible. He has a history of being very problematic. So that's why I'm having a very hard time, even though I fucking love Steven Yeun, okay? I love him. I love him. And I've always been a fan of Ali Wong as well. okay? I root for my Asian women, especially those in comedy. It's a really hard place to be. But this is so deeply disappointing. It's so deeply disappointing. You know? I don't think they actually dislike what he says if they're giving him such a big role in the show. Right. I mean, that's what's so disappointing about this whole situation. And that this was the statement that they put out. They had all the time. They had technically years because he's been saying this shit for years. He's been called out on it before. Like, I just don't know what went through their brains when they hired him for the show. Because he's been called out a few times for those rape comments on his podcast. It first happened, I think, back in 2015, so shortly after the podcast was released, and then it came up again in 2017. So over the past decade, it's like every few years, the shit about David Cho resurfaces, and people have a conversation about it and are like, wait a second, this guy's fucking awful. Fuck this guy. And it just is now 2023 when Twitter is a big thing, right? So everybody online is talking about this. So it got to a point that, and because Beef is a huge show, I think it's Netflix's number 2 or number 3 show right now. And so everybody's been talking about Beef. So they finally had to address it. But it's like, why did you guys really not think that this would come up? Did you really not think that you would hire your buddy David Cho and be on a show that's so great? Everyone's talking about the show. So people are going to be talking about the people in the show. And guess what? The same goddamn shit on David Cho is going to come to the surface. Like, come on. This is why I said before when we first talked about this situation that if I were a shitty person who kept company like this, okay, all right, I had a friend like David Cho, who he's my buddy, all right? I don't give a shit that he's racist, sexist, homophobic, whatever. He's my buddy, okay? But I am in the entertainment business, all right? And my career is continuing to take off. And I know that the culture is different these days, so you got to be really careful, okay? You got to be careful about your behavior or the behavior of people that you work with, which can get you in hot water. If I had a friend like David Cho, I would not hire him for my Netflix show, knowing his history. I would not, okay? And it would be a smart business move. It would not be because I have good morals, all right? But at least I would be thinking, right? Why risk my career and my projects for somebody who I know is very problematic and the internet is going to call it out? And yet you let S-Fan write in. Exactly. Yeah. Is David a producer? No, but his art was featured at the beginning of each episode. No, you're not going out there. No, you're not going out there. Yeah, so yeah. Anyway.
They said.
So people have a couple of issues with this because the statement very much reads like the cast and crew were aware of this whole story floating around in the ether before it came to light. They're going with the motif that the whole situation was made up, and then the mention of mental health support felt a little random to throw in there because, true or not, making up a story about an SA is not exactly a mental health issue. Some people say that they should have just fired him from the show. Other fans are wishing the cast would have just stayed silent on the matter and let Netflix handle it. And of course, there are some people who don't think Cho did anything wrong to begin with. Here's the thing though. Netflix is so desperate for money, like unbelievably desperate for money for a number of reasons that deserve their own explanation video. And this show was getting really positive reviews and word of mouth before this whole controversy kicked off. So I have no doubt that they're going to try to continue the show on however they can. But the solidarity angle here is an interesting one when, from my understanding, he could have just been recast or written out of the project altogether. So that's the beef on Beef, and now we're going to recap another story that is personally painful to me.
Yes.
The alleged predatory adventures of disgusting brother Nicholas Braun.
Yeah, this one I found out recently, and and by recently I mean about a week ago, and I went, how the fuck did I not know about Cousin Greg? So now we're going to talk about it.
Fan of Succession, new video coming out on that soon, by the way. I think HBO got incredibly lucky with how this story has played out. The show is in its last season, so no one really has to level with the what are we gonna do about Cousin Greg conundrum, although if you're familiar with his arc in this final season of the show, knowing what we know now, it is definitely a little surreal to watch.
She's another tick on the chart.
The disgusting brothers.
Don't call us that.
Dude,
Nicholas Braun,
I also hate Greg in Succession now. I can't stand him.
Has been one of the internet's awkward cinnamon bun boys for quite some time. However, in the last 2 weeks or so, allegations have come to light about Braun's behavior around women, a few of who were minors at the time of their interaction. In a now deleted TikTok, a woman claimed that Braun attempted to lure her back to his hotel room despite the fact that she was underage. She shared photos of herself with Braun at Coachella when she was just 16 years old, though didn't provide details on when exactly this interaction took place. The woman says Braun invited her back to his hotel room. She told him she was in high school and he apparently did not care. She ultimately declined his advances, but later she found out the same day that he had had relations with someone else who she went to high school with who was also underage. Since this TikTok went viral, there have been a number of allegations on Reddit corroborating this behavior from Braun, including claims that he would use the New York City bar that he co-owns with Justin Theroux as a place to try to pick up younger women to sleep with. A few other Reddit comments claimed that he had a similar reputation while he was in college. As of recording this video, Braun has not...
This is like, I mean, it's like the Andrew Callahan shit, right? Where it's like you figure out that they've had this reputation since forever. Andrew Callahan had allegations against him and had garnered a reputation of being a fucking creep from back when he was in school. Anyway.
Commented on any of these allegations, and I'd imagine that folks who are big fans of him are brushing it off as just rumors, especially because that TikTok had been deleted. Obviously, I'm still gonna watch Succession, but like I said, HBO dodged a massive PR nightmare here because he is such a big part of the show. And if all of these rumors are true, that sucks. He should do better and sleep with women his own age. And finally, we've arrived.
Great night so far, finding out Nicholas Braun's a pedophile. Alleged. Let me just be clear on that.
Probably one of the biggest stories of the year, the DV allegations against Jonathan Majors. Majors has been an actor on the come up for a little while
again,
now.
Another guy who people have been saying things about him since he was in school, since he was at Yale. The Yale community, and then when he moved to New York and was a New York actor, the New York acting community have been saying things about Jonathan Majors being abusive and awful for years.
Starred alongside Michael B. Jordan in Creed, and he was getting started in his huge role in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Kang the Conqueror. Majors was arrested back on March 25th in Manhattan on charges of strangulation, assault, and harassment. After the incident, a spokesperson for Majors began to defend him aggressively, stating that he was actually the victim in the situation and that the woman he was having the interaction with was actually in the midst of an emotional crisis. Things got really confusing when his team then released a series of texts that were supposed to prove his innocence, but really just ended up making him look more culpable in the situation because much of what was said in the exchanges, paused to read by the way, were
we were trying to let people know about the bad Andrew Callahan vibe here in New York City. BK for like a year and a half before he was gonna yeah. I mean, this is usually how it goes, right? Like I don't mean to say that everything on Reddit is true, but oftentimes when it comes to celebrity men who are exposed for being terrible, it's pretty safe to say that if you go on Reddit, people have been saying things for years. That was where, oh God, what's his name? Ned from Try Guys. There were women who had gone on Reddit, and not just women, but men too, who are friends with women who had been, who had been hit on by Ned from Try Guys. Now, Ned, the wife guy, obviously is not in the same boat as a Jonathan Majors or potentially a Nicholas Braun, but it's just an example of somebody where, like, when that news broke, everyone went, what? But if you went on Reddit for at least a few years, people had been saying that he was a fucking hypocrite and that when he would go out, he would creepily hit on women and like wouldn't leave them alone. So just goes to show that, you know, when a man is exposed for being a POS, right? It's usually not the first time that allegations are being made against this man. Yeah, I mean, everybody knew about Harvey Weinstein. Exactly. The Harvey Weinstein shit was so old that it was hard to find someone in Hollywood who didn't know about Harvey Weinstein. It's kind of heartening that the gap between shitty people fucking around and finding out seems to be shortening. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's depressing to think of all the shitty people fucking around who haven't been found out. But yes, it took decades to nail Weinstein, but these guys are getting clapped much sooner. Yes, because the climate has changed, right? And then we also have things like social media, where this shit goes, it goes viral, and like, I don't know. So I'm hesitant to say that when I say the culture has changed, I don't mean as if like women are viewed as full human beings who have rights and agency, and you know, sexual harassment and assault and just misogyny is no longer a thing. I don't mean that the culture has changed in that sense. I just mean that with Me Too and with more people speaking up about celebrities, and there seeming to be somewhat more consequences for celebrities these days than like back in the day. Because like, you know, back in the day, you had male celebrities just raping female celebrities and everybody knew about it. Like, what's his name? Kurt, oh God, he's such a piece of shit. Michael Douglas's father, Kirk Douglas, he was a fucking asshole. He was the worst. And nothing ever happened to him. And he died peacefully, surrounded by his family, having lived a long career. Long life with a long career. Come here. Yeah, yes. Come. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say that everyone faces consequences nowadays, because we know that's not true. And there's also the illusion of facing consequences, where some male celebrity gets in trouble, gets canceled, and then comes right back, you know? But anyway, the only drawback to exposing these celebrities is you find out about weirdos like Armie Hammer. Yeah, man, I still can't get over the Armie Hammer thing. Does this not raise the issue of why are people only talking about bad shit David Cho says, but not what he does, as in, has he done a crime? By the way, he can still be a racist, sexist, homophobe, and due to that should be blackballed. Okay, wait. Okay, so David Cho is different from Jonathan Majors and I guess Nicholas Braun, if the allegations are true, in that, yes, technically, if in fact he's kidding about these disgusting, this disgusting rape that he has detailed, if in fact it was a joke, technically he has not committed a crime then, right? We don't know if in fact it was a joke, but if we give the benefit of the doubt and say, fine, it was a joke, a really awful joke, then okay, he's not guilty of a crime. But his behavior and his actions are of someone who should not be rewarded in this industry. There are plenty of people who deserve opportunities who are not shitty, misogynistic, homophobic, racist pieces of shit like David Cho. So this video is just, it's called The Downfall of Hollywood's Leading Men, and the whole thing was like, it comes in threes. So she used Jonathan Majors, Nicholas Braun, and David Cho as the recent 3 examples of men who've been found out to be really shitty. But yeah, I acknowledge that, you know, if the rape story was fabricated, then yes, he has not technically committed a crime, but it's still, you know, it is still important that we talk about him because this is behavior that should not be acceptable in this industry. And people like him should not be given opportunities. They just shouldn't. I see his terrible apology? Oh my God. Horrible. Horrible. It's two things that make me doubt it was a joke. It wasn't just some quick, shitty rape joke. It was a long and detailed. Yeah, totally. I mean, you know my feelings on the matter.
Classic indicators of a DV relationship. After this, a number of other victims came forward with similar abuse allegations by Majors and are reportedly cooperating with the Manhattan DA's office following his arrest. On Tuesday, Deadline reported that Majors will no longer star in an upcoming film adaptation of Walter Mosley's 2004 novel The Man in My Basement that he was also expected to executive produce. He was also in negotiations to star in a biopic about Otis Redding. He is reportedly no longer under consideration for that role either. He was kicked out of the Met Gala invite list. Hell, even the US Army won't run recruitment ads that he was featured in, so it's safe to say that no matter what happens at his court date on May 8th, he's kind of cooked regardless. However, there has been radio silence from Disney about whether or not they're going to recast him as Kang. Things get a little complicated here because he was already in Ant-Man Quantumania as the character, but like, Marvel isn't exactly new to recasting actors for much less offensive grievances. It's especially easy to do because the whole multiverse thing is still at play in the MCU now. I don't know, I don't really keep up with it as much anymore, but I would assume they're waiting for the court date because it makes termination of whatever contract he has easier for them legally. So that's a recap of 3 men in Hollywood on their own horrifying paths of discovering the consequences of their own actions. And that's not to say that this doesn't happen with women in Hollywood as well. I mean, Tiffany Haddish and Melanie Martinez are 2 examples I can think of off the top of my head. And
Dude,
I don't
Tiffany
know, man.
Haddish is the fucking worst.
And I've covered allegations on this channel before. I think this is just a cycle that is going to keep happening over and over again because ultimately it's about power, and having status in Hollywood and the entertainment world is about the power dynamics that you have over others and whether or not you ultimately choose to weaponize
Don't get me started on
Nothing
her. I
has really changed
fucking
after
hate
the
her.
Me Too movement if you think about it. We still see the same stories popping up everywhere. The only difference now is that corporations are faster to respond to it publicly because the online shitstorm that
What
comes
did
from
Melanie
this stuff
do?
usually makes them look pretty
boy.
bad. And that's the least interesting part of this topic to me anyway. I'm more engaged with how we as viewers of this media respond to these situations, and whether or not we have any moral obligation to think more critically about the content we consume, or stop putting our money behind these projects altogether. I go back and forth on whether or not it actually makes a difference. For example, a few months back, I made a stance on not watching Dahmer because I think unethical true crime content does harm to real victims, especially because the families who were victimized by Dahmer wanted nothing to do with the series. That's a stance I still stick by, but I feel like it gets
Did you
more
see what LaRoche
complicated
said about
when
Tiffany?
you have the option of whether or not to engage with content like Beef or Succession that was not built with any of that real-life framework in mind, you know? Like, those shows were purely made for
Bro, I love Tuca and Birdie, but it stars Tiffany Haddish and Ali Wong. I know, man. Ali Wong, ooh. Like I said, she kind of surrounds herself by really bad people.
fictionalized entertainment, and these are just real-world circumstances affecting the show's production after the fact. Does weaponizing my viewership or my money in this situation really matter? And I say this as a person who has been affected deeply by the predatory actions of men in general. Like, I personally see myself reflected in a lot of these stories we talked about here, and the fact that it's happening to other people still enrages me to no end. But I think a lot about how we are so powerless in the face of mega corporations because they basically own all of American life and culture, to the point that the only thing we can vaguely weaponize in return is our consumption habits. It's the same reason why people are shooting cans of Bud Light with guns and pretending that they're making a real difference for whatever bigoted bullshit they stand for.
Yeah, Dasha getting written off. Oh my god! Dasha getting written
I
off
don't know,
Succession.
man. Life is weird. This stuff is complicated, but I'm glad that you're here. And if you've been affected by SA or DV,
Alright,
there are resources in the
cover
description
Tiffany
for you down
Haddish.
below. That's all for me this week, guys. Like I said,
Oh yeah, this what's her name? Kayla says sounds like the female Moist Critical. Okay. Okay. Tiffany Haddish. I don't even know where to begin. Like, seriously. I was already over her, but good grief. Let me see. Okay.
Tiffany.
Like how?
Just, like, again, I ruined relationships for trying to protect and trying to elevate Tiffany.
Like how?
Just, like, calling her, like, listen, you should be getting this. Like, I've done a deal like this before. You should be trying to get this type of money. And she, Tiffany is very much well lost in that this, so she don't know how to filter the shit. She don't know how to be slick about it. She's going to say what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so this is a small industry, and that gets back. And a lot of people, I've, again, ruined a lot of relationships from trying to protect her, or telling people like, no, she's not going to do that because, Tiffany is Tiffany. She has a certain aesthetic and it's not Hollywood, right? It's not Hollywood. So, and a lot of people don't understand it. And I told them, like, these people don't know how to walk into a meeting and pitch you because they don't understand you. Mm-hmm. And they also don't give a fuck about you. You know what I mean? And so I did a lot of that and it kind of came back into.
Yeah. So Tiffany Haddish has ruined a lot of her relationships. That was LaRoche talking about how he's had his industry relationships ruined by protecting Tiffany Haddish. Okay. So Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears, oh my God. Okay. I guess I would say the worst story on Tiffany Haddish were the child sexual abuse allegations. Tiffany Haddish is a really bad person and throughout the years has had a lot of not so great moments, like her DUI, stuff like that. Tiffany told a story about how she forced an immigrant woman to do sex work and then wanted to keep her own money, so she got her deported. Yeah, like she's really bad. But I would say the worst thing that came out were these child sexual abuse allegations. So let me and there was a lawsuit that was ongoing. I don't know what the latest is from. Okay. Let me see if I can find someone who's summing this up, or else I'll just have to I don't want like some TMZ fucking shit.
For Comedy Hype News, I'm John Abba. Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears are shockingly being accused of sexual assault from minors after being sued. According to the Los Angeles Times, a lawsuit was filed this past Tuesday in the Los Angeles Superior Court claiming that the comedians allegedly assaulted siblings named John Doe and Jane Doe in the fight. The lawsuit goes on to allege that Haddish and Spears groomed and molested the plaintiffs. Representatives for both Haddish and Spears have responded and denied the accusations. In a statement to the Times, Haddish's attorney, Andrew Bettler, rejected the claims. Plaintiff's mother, Trisva Morris, has been trying to assert these bogus claims against Ms. Haddish for several years. Every attorney who has initially taken on her case, and there were several, ultimately dropped the matter once it became clear that the claims were meritless and Ms. Haddish would not be shaken down. Now, Ms. Morris has her adult daughter representing herself in this lawsuit. The two of them together face the consequences of pursuing this frivolous action. Deborah O'Pree, an attorney for Spears, said he isn't going to fall for any shakedown.
Okay, whatever. This is I'm just gonna pull up the story that I read when it first broke. Okay. So it looks like last year the lawsuit was dropped. Trying to find the original. Okay, all right. A civil lawsuit filed Tuesday in the Los Angeles Superior Court by a 22-year-old woman on behalf of herself and her younger brother accuses renowned actor, comedian, and author Tiffany Haddish and fellow comedian Ari Spears of abusing the plaintiffs sexually when they were both minors. Filed under the pseudonyms Jane Doe and John Doe, the lawsuit alleges that Haddish and Spears groomed the young plaintiffs and coerced them into filming sexually explicit child pornography skits. The plaintiffs allege that they were introduced to Haddish and Spears through their mother. The lawsuit describes Haddish as a longtime family friend. It contends that Haddish and Spears took advantage and stole the youth of a 7-year-old child and a 14-year-old child. The lawsuit highlights 2 separate incidents of alleged sexual abuse of minors, alleging that both took place in Los Angeles. Jane Doe accuses the entertainers of pressuring her to mimic fellatio for a video in 2013. The lawsuit also contends that John Doe was coerced to appear in a sexually suggestive video in his underwear and that the 2014 film featured both Haddish and Spears. The video, which is called Through a Pedophile's Eyes, found its way onto the comedy video website Funny or Die. So this video actually exists, okay? And elsewhere on the web. Quote, Funny or Die found this video absolutely disgusting and would never produce such content, a spokesperson for company said in a statement shared with NPR. We were not involved with the conceptualization, development, funding, or production of this video. It was uploaded to the site as user-generated content and was removed in 2018 immediately after becoming aware of its existence. In a statement shared with NPR via email, Andrew Brettler, Haddish's attorney, discarded the plaintiff's claims against his client as bogus. Brettler said that the plaintiff's mother had been trying to discredit Haddish with these accusations for several years. In an email sent to NPR from Jane Doe, the plaintiff noted Haddish's attorney Brettler had built his career on representing celebrities involved in sexual abuse cases. Quote, we are not surprised that Mr. Brettler would attempt to divert the attention away from the legitimate claims filed by my brother and me to shift the blame and attention to our mother, who is not a party to this lawsuit. Jane Doe said in addition to the civil lawsuit filed this week, she and her brother are calling for the LAPD to criminally charge the entertainers. It's our hope that the LAPD will finally act and immediately arrest both Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears. So the reason why this case was so gross and felt like, oh, there might be something substantial here, is because that video actually does exist. This sketch that Ari and I wish I could find the original story I read that went really in depth on who these kids were and what happened with this sketch. So this video actually exists where you have, I mean, it's a sketch about pedophiles, right? Any comedian making explicit jokes about children's inherently suspicious. So it's like the same thing with Brooke Shields, right? Brooke Shields, her first film was The Blue Lagoon, where she's a child. And she loses her kissing, or she kisses for the first time when she's 11 years old. She kisses a man who's almost 40. So even though, like, okay, I don't think you could arrest that director or anyone involved with that project, that is disgusting, right? And that could be considered child abuse today. Having a child who's 11 years old be sexualized on film and on camera and kiss an adult male who is 30 years older than her. Let me see if this is the Daily Beast article yes. Okay. Yeah, this is it. This was the one that I read back in September that was just shocking, if I'm being real. Okay, so during their childhoods, Jane Doe and her younger brother say they called Tiffany Haddish Auntie Tiff. The comedian had met their mother through the comedy circuit and used to refer to the siblings as her niece and nephew. But in a lawsuit filed pro se on Monday night, in which Jane is an anonymous plaintiff on behalf of both herself and her brother, who's a minor, the siblings allege that Haddish and her fellow comic Ari Spears recruited each of them to perform inappropriate acts on camera when they were children. So they have adopted pseudonyms due to their respective ages at the time of the allegations. The siblings' complaint centers on 2 alleged incidents in which Haddish and Spears allegedly encouraged one of the siblings to perform sexually suggestive acts on camera while underage. Jane was 14 years old when her alleged video shoot took place. And here's the thing. I am inclined to believe this stuff because 1, that video was in existence, and 2, this type of shit was so normal. Like the way that we just have had kids do inappropriate things on camera for decades. You know, being underage means nothing in Hollywood. Okay, so John was 7, Jane was 14. Their mother alleges that she and Haddish met through comedy and bonded over a shared source of strife, both going through divorce. In the summer of 2013, when Jane was 14 years old, the lawsuit states that she attended a comedy camp where Haddish appeared as a guest speaker. Around that time, Haddish allegedly told the child that she'd found a perfect role for her, her very own commercial. Neither Jane nor her mother knew what the shoot would entail. Only Haddish and Spears, who was also on hand to produce the video, are said to have known the plot. The clip Spears and Haddish asked Jane to watch in the recording booth allegedly seemed innocuous at first, if a little strange. A group of co-eds were arguing over a Subway sandwich, but then the co-eds began eating the sandwich in a suggestive manner from opposite ends. Quote, moaning and making sexual noises as they both ate the sandwich in a manner that simulated the act of fellatio, per the lawsuit. The complaint claims that Spears told Jane, quote, to mimic what she had seen on the screen, including the noises, precisely like what she heard throughout the video. The 14-year-old, who was allegedly nervous and disgusted, fell silent until Haddish returned to the room, the lawsuit claims. Quote, Haddish verbally explained what was expected of plaintiff Jane Doe and then showed plaintiff Jane Doe how to give fellatio, including movements, noises, moaning, and groaning, the lawsuit states. At that point, Jane told the Daily Beast, I knew 100% what they wanted out of me. The lawsuit describes Spears allegedly looking on while physically, emotionally, and mentally uncomfortable Jane received this instruction. Yeah, like this is awful to read. I tried to mimic what they wanted me to mimic, but it still came out super uncomfortable, Jane told the Daily Beast. I knew when I left the booth that I didn't complete what they wanted me to do. Haddish paid Jane $100, the lawsuit claims, before sending her home. At the time, Jane said she tried to shrug off what happened. I didn't confide to my mom. I didn't confide to nobody else about how weird I felt at that moment, she said. A year later, Haddish allegedly approached the children's mother with a similar pitch, recruiting Jane's little brother John for another video. Although the comedian allegedly told the family John would be filming a sizzle reel for Nickelodeon, the suit alleges that the 7-year-old wound up starring in a video posted on Funny or Die and other online platforms titled, quote, The Mind of a Pedophile. Okay. A representative for Funny or Die told the Daily Beast in a statement, Funny or Die found this video absolutely disgusting and would never produce such content. So again, this video was real. We were not involved with the conceptualization, development, funding, or production of this video. It was uploaded to the site as user-generated content and was removed in 2018 immediately after becoming aware of its existence. Both siblings allegedly attended the shoot, which the lawsuit claims took place in Spears' home. Jane said that Haddish's behavior changed once the children arrived at the home, no longer in the company of their mother. It was like a whole 180 almost, she told the Daily Beast. Tiffany had never been mean to me, never raised her voice to me until this point. According to the lawsuit, the children were separated during the shoot. Jane recalls that Haddish told her to remain on a couch downstairs while her brother's shoot took place upstairs. The Daily Beast has reviewed a recording of the video in which Haddish plays the boy's guardian and leaves him with Spears, who plays a pedophile. John spends most of the video clad only in his underwear as Spears' character leers at him through 2 holes cut into a newspaper he pretends to read. During the sketch, the camera zooms in suggestively on the 7-year-old's buttocks and crotch while he plays. Spears sprays baby oil onto the child's back, this is so fucked up, and massages it into his shoulders in one scene, and at another point, the child plays with a train in a manner that suggests phallic masturbation. Yeah, sorry guys, this is a lot. You asked about Tiffany Haddish. In another sequence, Spears smokes a cigarette while observing the child nude in a bathtub and pours water on his feet. Yeah. By the time the video ends, the child is peering at his babysitter through a newspaper and rubbing baby oil on his shirtless shoulder. The final line of on-screen text reads, "Watch who you leave your kids with." Oof. Once the filming ended, the lawsuit states Mr. Doe called his mother crying, saying he does not want to film anymore. When her brother came downstairs, Jane recalled he was, quote, red in the face, crying his eyes out, just bawling in tears. And I'm immediately scared because I don't know what happened to him. When that happened, the only thing I could feel was how I felt in my video with Tiffany, Jane added later. I didn't know at the time if anything happened with him like what had happened with me, but I just felt like something wasn't right with that moment. The sibling's mother was immediately alarmed when she received a phone call from her crying son, and the answers she allegedly received from Haddish did little to reassure her. Haddish said something to the effect of, "I don't think acting is for him," the mother recalled. And I'm like, what the F you mean acting isn't for him? My son is crying. Like, what is going on? The sibling's mother allegedly spent the next week contacting Spears and asking to see the footage of her son. Spears allegedly kept repeating that it had not yet been edited. Eventually, the lawsuit states that Spears claimed John had been so uncooperative that his footage had been deemed unusable and subsequently deleted. 4 years later, however, the gossip website Bossip published an article about Spears that described the sketch. It was then, for the first time, that John's mother said she became aware of what had actually been filmed. Quote, "All the trauma, all the memories, all the anxiety and depression and guilt and shame and fear, I felt like all those emotions were triggered when this video situation came to a head. To find out that she had violated such a sacred trust, I trusted her with my children. This is what pushed me over the edge." Both Jane and John continue to live with the trauma of what they endured, the lawsuit states. Jane allegedly struggles to trust people, has developed a social disorder that prevents socializing. As Jane put, "I don't date guys, I don't have sex, I'm not your regular 22-year-old who is partying, having fun, and hooking up and stuff." She feels constant remorse knowing that she was only a few feet away when Spears was molesting her 7-year-old brother in the other room. Her little brother, meanwhile, allegedly places Band-Aids over the cameras on all of his electronics due to an ongoing fear of being watched and recorded. The lawsuit lists eight causes of action. Jane took over as John's guardian around the end of 2019. So she has enrolled both herself and her brother in therapy. Included in the complaint is a statement John wrote during his treatment saying that the pedophile sketch fucked me up bad. "I don't got no friends," the now teenager wrote. "I don't trust nobody. I'm scared of adults. I refuse to be recorded or take pictures because I'm scared of weird-ass adults trying to do nasty stuff to me again. I spend all my time in my room and do not go anywhere because I don't trust anybody." John adds later, "I had to kick and scream and cry, and Tiffany came and told me to let him touch me. When I kept crying, Tiffany got mad at me, told me to get dressed, and took me home. I remember her yelling at me in the car, telling me that I would never get on TV acting like that. I know now that they are fucked up for what they did to me," the 14-year-old statement concludes, "and none of this is my fault." The siblings' mother negotiated a settlement in 2019, the lawsuit states, but that agreement allegedly does not bind Haddish, who the complaint alleges insinuated she wanted no part of the Spears settlement agreement via text, or the siblings who had no guardian ad litem present to represent their interests as minors. So it looks like there was already a settlement in 2019. In the settlement document, which the Daily Beast has reviewed, Spears, quote, denies the validity of the claims regarding the video's production and distribution, but agrees to stop the distribution, exhibition, and further use of the video. Yeah. Okay. While Haddish did not respond to requests for comments for days prior to the story running, following the publication of the story, Andrew Bretler, an attorney representing Haddish, issued a statement on her behalf saying that the plaintiff's mother, blah, 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 blah. We already read that. Okay, so that was the article that came out in September, and then there was the lawsuit. Okay, and then that was dismissed per the plaintiff's demand. So it was Jane Doe, the girl, who decided to drop the lawsuit. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. This is some real heavy stuff. If you need to take a breath, like Jana said, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Tiffany Haddish is a really, really bad person. Farley, I'll let you out in 1 second. Hold on. So, apparently last fall Tiffany Haddish wrote on Instagram, "I know people have a bunch of questions. I get it. I'm right there with you. Unfortunately, because there's an ongoing legal case, there's very little that I can say right now. But clearly, while this sketch was intended to be comedic, it wasn't funny at all, and I deeply regret having agreed to act in it. I really look forward to being able to share a lot more about this situation as soon as I can. What was the comedy part of it? Bro, it's hard to say, right? It's like the rape joke, you know? So, you know, whatever else happened that was alleged, the truth of the matter is that that sketch was made, right? And we know that because it was literally online. The Daily Beast, who reported on this, that's whose report we just read, watched the video. So it's just, you know, it's again this idea that for forever we have allowed the sexualization of children to be acceptable and normalized, whether that was something like Brooke Shields being 11 years old and kissing a 40-year-old, whether that was Natalie Portman's character in Leon the Professional, whether that was this poor kid who was sexualized for this sketch, or whether it's David Cho joking about raping women, joking. You know, this is just like, ugh. This is just behavior that went on for so long. And I really hope it's something, I really want to believe that it's no longer normalized today. And we do take these things very seriously. And people who act this way or say these types of things won't be able to get off scot-free. There were also really sketchy child beauty pageants. Yeah, I mean, the beauty pageant thing is like, holy fuck. That is that world is just like, oh my God, terrible. Anyway, that was pretty fucking intense, but I don't really know what the Melanie Martinez thing is. I kind of saw something on Twitter of Melanie Martinez being accused of SA. So, yeah, I don't know how famous she is. I recently learned who Melanie Martinez was. But anyway, yeah, there are sexual assault and rape allegations regarding Melanie Martinez. She's not accused. Melanie confirmed it herself back in 2017. What? Okay. Oh my God. Wait, I never said yes. What has Melanie Martinez said on the story? Okay, she's maintained that the act was consensual and that Heller never said no. One of the strong points that favor Martinez. Okay. This is, yeah, so this is another, this is sexual assault allegations. I am not going to go down this rabbit hole because I think we've had enough tonight, but if you are a fan of Melanie Martinez or you're like, what the fuck is going on? You can probably just Google it and there's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that will pop up. Just, you know, again, it's not just men who face these allegations. Yeah, bro, what? Come here. What can I do for you? I don't know. I don't know what you want. Do you want to go out? Okay, all right. Okay. I guess he would rather be with a man who is terrifying than hang out with his mother. And that's called sexism and racism. Okay? He would rather be with a man who scares him than spend time with his mother. LMAO, in lighter news, why is the Higher music video available on iTunes but not the audio only? Bro, I don't know. The Higher music video is available on iTunes, but not the song, like just the song. Huh. Okay, all right. What is the next thing that we want to look at? Let's change it up and look at something a little bit lighter. Okay. Let's watch. Oh, actually, I wanted to talk about some celeb goss, some drama that's been breaking on the internet today between Sydney Sweeney and, oh my God, Femtop. Yes, you are reading my brain. You are reading my mind. So, Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell, who are in an upcoming rom-com, have been like trying to take a page out of Jessica Chastain and Oscar Isaac's book and have chemistry both in the film and outside of the film. So they've been the talk of the internet because of, one, how good looking they are individually and together, and two, because of how they seem to have like some very serious chemistry. So of course, you know, the same with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. People like to hypothesize or gossip about them potentially having an affair. Now, Sydney Sweeney is engaged, okay? And Glenn Powell has a very beautiful girlfriend. And it came out today that his girlfriend, Gigi Paris, what a name, okay? Gigi Paris, that is his girlfriend. She is insanely hot. She unfollowed Sydney Sweeney on Instagram. Poor Kay. Allegedly, it's because she doesn't want to see any more about their film and about their press tour. She doesn't want to see anything. I'm going to be honest. This looks like a couple photo, you know? Like, they are cute as hell together. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real. They are very cute. They're very cute. So, let me see if I can find some, like, here, look at them, you know, Oscar Isaac and Jessica Chastain. That is the school of having chemistry with your co-star while you're doing a press tour. Okay. It's genius. You are trying to market your film. So you market yourselves, right? And you start rumors that you're having an affair, et cetera, et cetera. And sometimes celebrities do have affairs, right? Sometimes, many times, they do have affairs with their co-stars, with the director, with whoever, right? But other times, it is totally done on purpose with the intention of marketing the film. So with Oscar, let me show you what I'm talking about when I say Oscar Isaac. And now, I'm not saying that Glenn and Sydney ain't fucking, but I'm just saying that sometimes, is this the, okay, wait. Sometimes it's being done to market a film. Like this shit, okay? Why are these always so fucking loud? I mean, come on. Like, this man knows what he's doing. Okay? So, yeah, they were in a film together. And the internet could not handle how insane their chemistry was, both in the film and then also while they were on various red carpets and on the press tour, et cetera, et cetera. So now we have Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney. But yes, many people have pointed to this video. This is, I don't even know what this is from, but this is Zoe Deutsch and Glenn Powell. And if you've seen Top Gun, or you've seen this video, or you've seen Glenn Powell in anything, you know that the man's is a charmer, okay? He is a flirt. He is a charmer. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he is now like a total heartthrob because of Top Gun. And people are obsessed with him, and his career is it's exploding, okay? So he's some would say he's a Rizzler. So here's this little snippet of a video. It was a promo for the Netflix rom-com they did a few years ago. Okay, great. So here's him with another co-star of his.
Oh, wait, what's up? Stop, just count it. Count it.
That is so up. I have 33, which is one more than you did, even after you stole my red M&Ms. So guess what?
Fun.
You have been mother trucking served. It's true. I want.
Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's cheeky.
That is so up. I have 33, which
like, okay.
is one more than
Look at
you
his
did,
face.
even after
Yeah. Yes. This man knows what he's doing.
you stole my red M&Ms. So guess what?
Fun.
You have been mother trucking served.
All right, so I'm laying all this out because genuinely, I don't know. I cannot say for sure if Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell are fucking or not. But what I will say is that is genius. Okay? This type of press, they have been, I swear to God, since they started filming this, I have seen photos and tweets and whatever. People are obsessed with them in this film and obsessed with them, you know, not just in the film, but outside of the film. And it is genius. It is genius because more people will see this movie since everybody knows about it. Glenn Powell meeting Sydney Sweeney's fiance for the first time.
Had to be the best part. Her mom makes the best brownies in the entire world.
Yeah, I know. I've had them.
But the dessert afterwards had to be the best part.
Okay, wait. Farley's hitting his bell. Hold on. Never mind. The interview he did, though, he messed up. Let me see. Wait, let me see.
It's like hard to have a bad time in Australia. We
love Australia.
It's like hard to have a bad time in Australia. We did like so many activities. Sydney was like our social chair. We had an activity every weekend that everybody went out and did. I don't know about you, but I feel like this is like, not only do we go for the hard R, which is really, really fun, but it's also like, when was the last time you saw like a hard R rom-com that's big and it's cinematic? Everybody's in swimsuits, looking good.
Wait, what's a hard R?
We love Australia.
It's like hard to have a bad time in Australia.
I don't understand. I mean, I know
we did like
what
so
it
many
is.
activities. Sydney was like our social chair. We had an activity every weekend that everybody went out and did. I don't know about you, but I feel like this is like, not only do we go for the hard R, which is really, really fun, but it's also like, when was the last time you saw like a hard R rom-com?
What is this movie? Hard R rating. Mans, I have never heard anybody somebody describe a rated R film as a hard R? My honey, what are you fucking saying? Oh my God. Wait, imagine being Glenn Powell's girlfriend and seeing that he cheated on you with Sydney Sweeney, and everyone's reaction is, real Hollywood is back. That's showbiz, baby. Yes, because it's so true. Every single person. Okay, the only times I've seen the internet united in being excited about people cheating, there's 2 times, okay? When allegations came out, when rumors came out that Joey King was fucking, oh my God, how am I forgetting his name? I'm in love with him. I'm having a brain fart. Oh my God, Aaron Taylor Johnson, okay, who I love. Aaron Taylor Johnson, who is famous because he's very hot and he's a very good actor, but he's also married to a woman who is 24 years older than him. So not only is there a rare instance here of a young, sexy male star married to a woman who is much, much older than him. They met when she was directing something that he was in when he was underage. So the internet hates her. 1, because they love Aaron Taylor Johnson and she's married to him. But 2, because it appears that she may have groomed him. Because he was underage and she would have been in her 40s when they first met. And they started sleeping together and got married when he was only 21, and then immediately had kids. So he was 21 when they married, and then I think they had their first kid like the next year. So it's a very, very strange situation. So anyway, that is a roundabout, that is a tangent that I just went off on. But when allegations came out that Joey King and Aaron Taylor Johnson were having an affair, the internet went fucking insane. And they were cheering. No, not 21 underage, 18. He was like 16 or 17 when he met his wife, Sam. But the internet went, they lost their minds. Like, I've never seen people collectively cheer for somebody to have an affair. Now, we don't know if it's true. We don't know if Aaron Taylor Johnson and Joey King had an affair, but the internet was over the moon thinking that he was finally going to be free. Okay. All right. So there's that one. And then there is Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell. And people on the internet are literally saying shit like, old Hollywood is back, baby. Like this idea that stars were always sleeping with their co-stars and that it was hot and sexy is basically Elizabeth Taylor, okay? Elizabeth Taylor was the queen of having affairs with her sexy male co-stars. Classic Hollywood, yes. Maybe I misread something, but I think they met when he was 14 and their families were friends. Oh, I thought they met because she was directing a film that he was in and he was like 16 or 17, but maybe I need to brush up on that. Joey King is a queen. Yeah, so those are the 2 instances where I, at least recently, where I have seen the internet just fucking all cheering for people to have an affair. So yes, if I were the girlfriend of Glenn Powell, 1, I would probably not go on the internet, and 2, I would probably not date Glenn Powell. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've ever been the type of person who could date an actor like that. You either have to have extremely thick skin, and I'm not a jealous person, but it's safe to assume that if you're dating an A-list male actor who every single person is in love with, the chances of them cheating on you are very high. And it would be enough to make even the least jealous person feel insecure. So, you know, like I just couldn't deal with the potential infidelity and the ego, man. Oh my God. Yeah, you'd have to have an open relationship. So either you have to have an open relationship with someone like that. You have to really not give a fuck because either you are benefiting from the relationship in another way, like anybody who dates Leo DiCaprio, right? Typically women date Leo DiCaprio because he's Leo fucking DiCaprio. He is not monogamous. He is gross. Like he, you know, whatever. So the reason that women would typically, you know, if they're dating the most famous male actors, it's because they have to be benefiting from that relationship in other ways. Yeah, and so for many of the women who dated Leo, it was a way to like kickstart their acting careers. I wonder who broke Leo's heart. That would be Rose Dawson. Sorry. I just blanked out her name. That would be Rose Dawson from the Titanic. Pete Davidson got it right. Only go for age appropriate women. Yeah, Pete tends to date sometimes women who are older than him. Her fiance is so ugly. Let me see. Okay, well, listen. So ugly? I don't know about so ugly. Is he as attractive as Glenn Powell? No. Oh, wait, you said her fiance is also so. Oh, no, you did say so. You did say so ugly. I love how when we compare him to like a Glenn Powell or something, we're like, oh my God, he is disgusting. But yeah, so this is Sydney Sweeney's fiance, Jonathan Davino, and they've been low-key dating for years, I guess. Yeah. How old is she, man? She seems so young. He's 13 years her senior. So she's 24 and he's 37. Wait, she's already fucking engaged? Oh, bro, this ain't gonna fucking work, okay? This ain't gonna work. Sydney Sweeney is engaged to a man who is 13 years older than her. No. And she's like one of the hottest new things in Hollywood, okay? She's starring in movies with people like Glenn Powell. She's 24 years old or however young she is. No. And you know what? She should just go fuck around, okay? Chat saying problematic age gap. No, I think Sydney Sweeney should go, you know, she's young, she's beautiful, she's rich, she's famous, like Sydney. LOL, you so jelly. What? I am literally saying that Sydney Sweeney should go live her life. I'm so jealous. It's giving jealousy. What the fuck? Yeah, I am so jealous of her fiance. I want Sydney Sweeney to break up with him and be with me. Live life meaning find a lifetime partner and make something. Not whoring around. Okay. You must be single. Yes, we're all jealous that we're not with Sydney Sweeney. Yeah. I mean, she's babe. Saying jelly in 2023 ain't no way. Yes, there is a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. What are you doing? Oh. Okay. I just hear little mouse noises in the kitchen. Little rat noises. Yeah, in Twitch chat, there is always a way. So, anyway, is this going to be a Lady Gaga, Bradley Cooper situation where they are just playing us all, okay, and there's no affair happening whatsoever? Or is this going to be like is this going to be like every single celebrity, every single actor, actress who's had an affair with their co-star? Let's look up some of the celebrities who had affairs with their co-stars. I like how there's different genres as well. Celebrities who had affairs with their nannies, celebrities who had affairs with their co-stars. The one that I always think of is what's her name from Homeland? Claire Danes. Because Claire Danes always comes across as just like very, I don't know. I hate to say the word innocent, but she big time had an affair. Okay. Yeah, so Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton. Elizabeth Taylor was married to Richard Burton like 10 times. And Eddie Fisher. Elizabeth Taylor was famous for her affairs. Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall, and Mayo Method. Yeah, so Humphrey Bogart had an affair with 19-year-old Lauren Bacall. Ugh. Ted Danson, Whoopi Goldberg, and Cassandra Coates. This one is shocking. So Whoopi Goldberg and Ted Danson, who was very much so married to Cassandra Coates, were both cast in the film Made in America and had an affair. Had a motherfucking affair, which they kept under wraps, but were outed by a tabloid. Cassandra filed for divorce from Ted after 16 years and 2 children. At the time, it was a pretty expensive divorce, setting him back $30 million. So not only are some of you probably shocked that Ted Danson is with Whoopi Goldberg, I believe they're still together. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, wait, no. Wait, isn't he with... No. I'm wrong. He's now with, oh my God. Ted Danson and... Wait. Mary Steenburgen. Yes. Mary Steenburgen. Correct. But once upon a time, he did date Whoopi Goldberg, and they dated because they had an affair. Insane. Okay. I knew they were together at some point, but I didn't know he was married before. Oh my God, yes, I forgot he did blackface. Oh my God, he did blackface for her roast. Yes, that's why people know that they were together. Because of that very infamous moment. Okay. What's the name of the article? It's BuzzFeed, okay? All right? 18 actors who had affairs with their co-stars. Okay? It's BuzzFeed. All right? I know it's cringe. I know it's not what we're using these days, but it's about to be 19. Okay, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, and Mary Marquardt. So yeah, Harrison Ford was married to Mary Marquardt. They had 2 kids, and he booked a little film called Star Wars where he met Carrie Fisher, and they had a very sexy tryst. It was a 3-month tryst, and she admitted it in her memoir, The Princess Diarist. Things ended when the film wrapped, though she admitted to wanting more. Harrison's marriage to Mary didn't survive his rise to fame as a result of the film, and the 2 divorced. Sad. Star Wars, never heard of it. Exactly. John Malkovich, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Glenn Headley. John Malkovich and Glenn Headley had been married for 6 years. Then he began filming Dangerous Liaisons in 1988 and had an affair with his co-star Michelle Pfeiffer. Wowie. His relationship with Michelle didn't last long, kicking off a difficult time in the actor's life. I didn't know about this one, I'm going to be honest. BuzzFeed just showed me something I didn't know. Yeah, he took the role too seriously. I gotta say, John Malkovich pulling Michelle Pfeiffer, pretty wild. Pretty wild. Okay, this one's really sad. Kenneth Branagh, Helena Bonham Carter, and Emma Thompson. So, it's sad because we all know Emma Thompson's character in, why is my brain Love Actually? Emma Thompson's character in Love Actually is extremely devastating because Snape has an affair. So Kenneth Branagh was married to Emma Thompson. She was very much so in love with him. And he had an affair with Helena Bonham Carter. They were a couple for years following the affair and then ultimately split in 1999. And Helena Bonham Carter famously is, I think, still with Tim Burton. Yep. So, it's sad. Poor Emma Thompson can't catch a break in her movies and in real life. Alrighty. Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, and Mimi Rogers. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman were once one of Hollywood's biggest couples. What's lost in legend, though, is that they fell in love on the set of Days of Thunder when Tom was still married to Mimi Rogers. The two split ahead of the film's release in early 1990. Tom and Nicole were together until 2001. I bet that is one affair she wishes she never had. Wait, we're still talking about Emma Thompson and Helena Bonham Carter both played Mrs. Lovett. Yes. Yes. Why am I saying yes? Tom Cruise hit by karma, aka Jamie Foxx. True. Wait, Tim Burton is dating Monica Bellucci? Shut the fuck up. Huh. Man, love never lasts, does it? Love never lasts. So the reason that person said Tom Cruise got hit by karma is because Katie Holmes is dating Jamie Foxx or engaged to Jamie Foxx. I don't know. They've been together for a while. Wasn't he? Yeah, okay. We're talking about multiple celebs here. How the hell did Burton pull Monica Bellucci? Good fucking question. We don't know. Okay, wait. So we're on the Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, Mimi Rogers. We're putting the Kenneth Branagh, Helena Bonham Carter, and Emma Thompson and that whole fucking love triangle to rest, and we are moving on here. Okay, we are on TC and Nicole. So Tom, I think Tom has allegedly had multiple affairs. Like, obviously he cheated on Mimi with Nicole, but allegedly he cheated on Nicole as well. So, and then allegedly he's also gay. Lots of rumors about Tom Cruise. I'm just glad Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman are forever. I feel like if I ever hear anything about them, I will literally ignore it. If someone ever tries to tell me anything about Danny and Rhea, I will literally put my fingers in my ears and be like, I can't hear you. Nothing. Okay, moving on to the next love triangle. Yes. Antonio Banderas, Melanie Griffith, Anna Lisa, and Don Johnson. Talk about a love square. Wait, Caroline, they split. Wait, hold on. No, you guys are fucking lying. Oh, kind of. Wait, hold on. Before we get to the love square. During the separation, wait, so they separated, right, they split in 2012, but never formally divorced. What? They're still a family. Buffalo News, god damn it. Okay, so they're still very close. Daily Mail says it. Sometimes I wish we were still together. Oh my God. Okay, I can't talk about this right now. I can't. I don't know what the fuck is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. Fake news, ignore it. Okay, we're moving on to the love square. Okay, so the love square involving all these people was that Anthony Banderas. Antonio Banderas and Melanie Griffith were married to other people when they were cast in the 1995 rom-com Too Much. So Melanie Griffith was married to Don Johnson. Their daughter is Dakota Johnson. And then Antonio Banderas was married to Ana Leza. But on the 1995 set of the rom-com Too Much, Antonio Banderas and Melanie Griffith started boinking. Okay, and they were together for a very long time. They recently split, but they were together for a long time. Look up what age Don Johnson met Griffith. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna guess way too young. Oh. There are 6 people from the Church of Scientology outside my house. Please cease this line of inquiry. Oh boy. While on the set of the Herod experiment, 14-year-old Griffith met actor Don Johnson, then 22. The two began dating and the relationship culminated in a 6-month marriage from January to July of 1976. Oh my God. Oh boy. You know, Melanie Griffith is Hollywood royalty too. Her mother is Tippi Hedren. Fuck. Why do men? Tippi Hedren allowed her daughter, Melanie Griffith, to move in with Johnson when she was only 15. Oh my God. At 18, she got married, and by 19, she had already divorced him. Oh my God. Ugh. Why? Why? Can you ever imagine letting your 15-year-old daughter move in with her boyfriend who is 20 something? It's only 8 years. That's true, dude. It's only 8 years. No, I know that chatter is kidding. I know. No, you guys, that chatter is kidding. Jesus. Look at the emote that they included. Everyone knows that it doesn't matter if the gap, like the actual amount of years doesn't seem that much. If someone is dating someone who is of legal age, so over the age of 18, and they are 14 years old, it's fucked up. Yup. Oh my God. But like, that was so common. That was so common. It was that common that I didn't even know that about Melanie Griffith, but I know that about so many other actresses. Oh. I truly think about if I had a daughter, okay, 14 years old, a baby, starting high school, and there was a 22-year-old man who was attempting to have sex with my daughter, okay? Wanted to date my daughter. My 14-year-old daughter. I would go crazy. I would go fucking insane. I would commit crimes. Yeah, I know. With parental consent, it was allowed. Yes. And in states today, with parental consent, young children can date adults. But I am saying there would not only be no parental consent. If an adult man was sexually interested in my 14-year-old daughter, I would commit crimes. Let's just say as a father, I would be a supporter of the Second Amendment. Yeah, I would be like flashing an NRA badge, okay? Yeah. Ugh. I recently had a conversation with a male friend of mine, okay, who is 27 and is still hooking up with 18 and 19-year-old girls. Now, 18 and 19-year-old girls are of legal age. They are technically adults, but they are very young still, okay? Just because an 18-year-old girl is no longer 17, putting her underage, she is still very young. And I recently, I took this friend aside because he was describing one of his latest trysts, okay? One of his latest hookups. And I called him out on his shit. And I said, you're going to stop this because it's disgusting. And you are my friend. You are not like an awful human being, but you hooking up still with 18, 19-year-olds is disgusting. And he was like, I mean, I just hooked up with like a 22-year-old girl the other day. I was like, oh my God, so old. Wow. But seriously, I was like, you're 27. And the thing is that I'm worried that you're going to get older and you're going to keep this behavior, okay? 27 is still young now. I mean, if I'm 19, 27, it's kind of a big difference, but you know what I'm saying? Where I'm like, you're going to be 30, you're going to be 35, you're going to be 40, and you are not going to change the age of women that you are sleeping with. You're going to get older. They won't. My friend has Leonardo syndrome. Yeah, and he tried, and then this motherfucker, because I was like, what is wrong with women who are your age, okay? Or women who are 30, which is 2 years older than you. He's like, well, women that age want something more serious. And I went, you better watch your fucking mouth. He's like, okay, they want more serious things. I'm like, he's like, they're getting to that age where they're thinking about marriage and kids. I'm like, okay. You got anything else? He took the line from Dazed and Confused too seriously. I know. I said to him, I said, first of all, I'm 30, okay? And I'm not sitting here every single day going, I need to get married and I need to have children, all right? There is such a thing as women who are older than 25 who don't have marriage or children on their mind constantly when it comes to relationships, all right? So you using that is an excuse. Glad you had this talk with us on. No. No. But seriously though, like I'm having, and this is not the only male friend of mine who I've had this conversation with where I'm like, listen, you're getting up there. Getting up there. But I mean, like, you're in your 20s now, but you're going to be 30 soon. And then you're going to be 40. And then you're going to be 50. And then you're going to be 60. And then you're going to be 70. And then you're going to be fucking 80. Okay. And I don't want to see you at 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, and motherfucking 80 dating 19 or 20-year-olds using this same logic, okay? Because I see this happen all the time. We're in LA, okay? This is the way that this shit works. All right? It's like you start young and you think you're still young. You're like, oh my God, I'm 28. It's fine. I can date a girl. I can hook up with a girl who's 19 or 20. Then 20 fucking years goes by, okay? And now you are dating and hooking up with girls who could be your daughter. It makes my skin crawl. I know. Anyway. Anywho. Age is not a problem. It's a problem because of why men date younger girls. Okay? And so often you hear that excuse of, this is how it works, okay? You either have, like, say, take a Dane Cook, for instance. Dane Cook, who's almost 50 and who's been dating this girl since she was a teenager. Potential grooming situation. And he uses the age-old explainer that she's an old soul, okay? I dated an older man once who also said that I was an old soul. And so I started saying that about myself, okay? This is just something that young women pretend to be because their much older male partner says this about them, or because they say this about them because they want their ages inside to appear closer together. So it's either she's mature for her age, she's a young soul, and or he's a kid at heart. Okay? So the woman who's the literal teenager is mature for her age, and the man who is like 47 years old is a kid at heart. And so it works, okay? It works, even though it doesn't work. So you have that, or what you have is as men get older, they date younger women because they use the excuse that older women want too much. Bonnie Rabbit, what's up, girlfriend? Younger equals easier to manipulate, plus weird power trip fetish of teaching young girls things, and young equals pure. Yes. All those things. That's why age is a problem, right? Because of the truth of why older men many times prefer to date women who are half to a third of their age. As long as they're into each other, then it's fine to me. I think age is just a number. Love is unconditional. Yeah, I mean, I get that cliche of age is just a number. I think it can apply in certain circumstances. I also have a lot of people in my family who have a significant age gap. And I'm going to be honest, every single one of my aunts who is married to someone who's older is either unhappy or has admitted that they got married too young. They're happy. I mean, my aunts who are still happy and love my uncles have said that they got married too young, that they were too young. They were too young when they met my uncle. These are people in my family. And I also have the experience of having dated a man who was much older. And a lot of the things that I'm explaining here were things that I, said to myself or I felt afterwards. I'm not saying that all age gaps are problematic, okay? But I'm saying that there are problems when a woman is, let's say, 19 to 22, okay? Let's give the age range of 18 to 22. and is being wooed by men in their 40s. Like, there are certain men who, it doesn't matter, 40, 50, whatever, they want to date a woman who is average age 22 years old. And there's reasons for that, right? It has nothing to do with, oh my God, I just happened to meet this woman who was 22 years old. No, it's a pattern. It's the Leo DiCaprio school of dating. Let me find this one statistic. Hold on. If you don't have that growth between 18 to 30, it's a little concerning. LOL, consider your brain doesn't fully develop until 25. Exactly. Okay, wait, there's this statistic. I just want to confirm it. Men of any age will, okay, yeah. So there's a lot of studies that point to men and the age of women they're attracted to. And at whatever the age of a man is, okay, he could be 90, he could be 70. Like, when they poll men, the average age of the woman that is considered ideal is 22 years old. 22 years old. And it doesn't matter the age of the man. Yes. Men are just simply, they prefer women who are in their 20s and preferably early 20s. You guys, I have already reached a point in my life as a 30-year-old where men who are twice my age treat me as too old. Okay, I had this boss, I've told you all about him before, he was the fucking worst. And he was 65. I was literally applying for his Social Security and Medicare. And he was recently divorced to a woman who was already 30 years younger than him. And he was hanging out with 18-year-olds and going on dates with women who were 18 to 22. And he would make comments about me being, I think when I wasn't even 30 by the time I was working for him. I was maybe 28. And he would make comments about me being old. Yeah. And when I was working at the club one night, this really, really big studio executive, he runs one of the major studios, I'm not going to say which one. One of my friends who I worked with as a bottle girl, was interested in him. He's in his 50s. She is 31 or 32. And my boss, who books him as a client, relayed to him that this girl was interested, and he said she was too old. Yeah, this motherfucker who, let me look up his exact age. Hold on. He is 52 years old. So he was 20 years older than my friend in this specific situation, and he thought she was too old. You worked for Don Lemon, yeah. Is it this article? It's not, but there's a bunch of reports on guys like women in their early 20s, regardless of how old they get. It's a common cliche that older men chase much younger women, but charts from the book Dataclysm provide real evidence that men at every age are consistently most attracted to women in their early 20s. Hey! Hoo! 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 Men, regardless of their age, tend to say women in their early 20s look best, while women are most attracted to men their own age. Ah, go figure! Women are attracted to men their own age, whereas men, regardless of their age, are attracted to women in their early 20s. I will single-handedly skew that statistic. Oof. I was, last time I had that age gap, I was 27 dating a 24-year-old Work colleague broke off after 6 months at 33. I can't go beyond 22 because it's just repeating those kind of relationships. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm only 28 and I guess I can understand it physically, but this shit makes no sense with a relationship. I don't want to be with a fucking child. You know, so much of it has to do with the fact that women over the age of 30 are seen by many men as way too what's the word? Too independent, too, you know, they want things in life like kids and marriage. They don't put up with shit. They're not as easily manipulative. They are, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Listen, when I was 20 years old, I thought that I was a bad bitch, okay? I thought that I was in control. I was not. Not when I think about me as a 30-year-old. Me as a 30-year-old, you just, you know, I just learned so much more about the world and about myself. And I definitely put up with less shit. And that's why a man like that, you know, of who we've just described, wouldn't want to date me as a 30-year-old, but would want to date me as a 20-year-old. Like there are men who literally would date a woman at 20, but not that same woman at 30. Yeah. Too old equals, yeah, having standards. Yeah, the amount of times that I was called old in a way that was either I was too old for some dude in the club, or a younger dude who was maybe 3 years younger than me thought I was old in like a sexy mommy cougar way. It's like, what the fuck, man? What is going on? Why are we saying, wait. I want to read. Trying to find this comment. Okay, I can't find this. I don't know. How do I find what? Open thread. Why are we saying that women 22 are not capable of taking care of themselves? I'm not saying that at all. Guys, how many times do I have to explain that I am not saying that a 22-year-old woman has no agency, okay? I am not saying that if you or someone, maybe your parents or someone you know has an age gap relationship, that they're inherently evil. I'm not saying any of those things. I am talking about why many men prefer to date really young women, and how I can see those behaviors already starting in friends of mine who are in their 20s still. And that's how the conversation kicked off because of Melanie Griffith being 14 years old and dating Don Johnson, who was 22 at the time, and then her mother allowing her to move in with him at 15. And then I started talking about a friend of mine who I already see this way of thinking starting as him being only a 27-year-old, and how, you know, I said I was worried that this, like, I gotta put a stop to this before he gets older and it gets worse. People love to fight the problem by bringing up other shit. Yeah. I mean, and listen, like, 19 is also different from 22, okay? And that was the example I used with my friend who is 27 and is like seems to be preferring 19-year-olds. And I'm like, why? What is it about that? What is it about 19-year-old girls that you seem to have a preference for them? This is what you have, you know what I mean? Like this is at the root of it, right? Like, why does Leonardo DiCaprio only date women under 25? Why is it a common thing that men who are older prefer to date women who are half their age? Okay. It has nothing to do with like, oh, well, they just happen to fall in love and there's an age gap. No, it's a pattern, okay? And when something is a pattern like that, it's problematic. Right? And we just talked about the statistic that, and it's not just from that one site somebody linked. There's multiple reports on this, and also it's just fucking common sense that men of any age think the ideal age of a woman is early 20s. Anyway. I mean, a lot of it is about sex. Yes, it's about control. It's about sex. It's about all those things. This is the key thing. Analyze why the fuck you want to date teenagers. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Like, let me ask you guys, okay? And then we're going to go back to this fucking BuzzFeed article. I am 30 years old. I'm a 30-year-old woman. If Will and I broke up and then the only guys that I sought were 18, 19-year-old dudes, and it turned into a pattern. Okay, it wasn't like a one-night thing where I'm like, oh my God, I actually hooked up with this 19-year-old. It's like, oh, now I'm a woman in her 30s and I am going after 18-year-old guys, and it's legal, but it would be fucking weird and problematic. I'm 25 and ready, madam. You know what I'm saying, though, right? And same with Will. Okay? Will is 33 years old. And if he just started hooking up with and exclusively dating girls who were 19 to 22, it would be very strange. Because, again, that would be a sign that he's seeking them out, not because he's having this great connection with some random person that he met at a bar, but because he is choosing them due to their age and due to what that usually means about somebody who is that age, okay? Talking about adult harassing minors isn't a child abuse material? What? What are you talking about? Is that person's... God, well, I'm never going to beat the child abuse allegations. Never. Just a troll account, they're gone. Okay, thanks. I could literally say anything and someone will come in here and be like, child abuser! Child abuser! All right, anyway. Okay, the next one on this BuzzFeed list is Meg Ryan, Russell Crowe, and Dennis Quaid. So yes, Meg Ryan, once upon a time, was married to Dennis Quaid, who is now married to a woman who's about 30-something years younger than him. Okay. When she starred in Proof of Life with Russell Crowe, the chemistry between the two was off the charts, and an affair ensued. It spelled the end of the marriage with Dennis, but the relationship didn't last. They split up by Christmas 2000. And yes, their son is Jack Quaid, okay, who is in The Boys. All right, Angelina Jolie, Billy Bob Thornton, and shocker, Laura Dern. It's because you have their stricken king, Steven, in the stream title. Wait, what's in my stream title? Steven? Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, usually I'm okay. I don't really question putting the names of like right-wing pundits or politicians in my stream titles. I stay away from, Aiden Ross said what? Or XQC drama. I stay away from that kind of shit because I don't need those communities coming in here. But usually if it's like news outside of Twitch, I will put that in the stream title. But yeah, that probably does explain. Prayed that one day I will ignore the bans and not read the messages out loud because doing so encourages more of the same behavior. Okay, here's the thing though. In my defense, sometimes I read the message and then I realize that it's fucking weird. Sometimes you have to understand, okay? I'm doing a million things. I look at chat. My brain's broken already. I see a message and I'm trying to comprehend it and I say it out loud. Okay, this is how you get accidentally one guide. All right, you're not trying to get one guide. Lika, thank you for the 6 months of Prime Gaming. You don't want to get one guide, but you read the message and then you realize that it's fucking unhinged. Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to comprehend it because it doesn't make any sense. All right, so Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie, they were fucking when Laura Dern was engaged to Billy Bob Thornton. Tisk tisk. Laura Dern was with Billy Bob Thornton, and then he met Angie Jolie. And they started fucking and then doing weird things like wearing each other's blood in a vial around their necks. Yeah. Basically, Megan Fox and MGK are wannabe Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie. So anyway, Laura Dern didn't even find out about the affair until news about Billy Bob and Angelina's Las Vegas wedding became public. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Okay, yep. This one. I remember this one. All right. Anybody who was a 90s baby remembers this one because Ryan Phillippe was the ultimate heartthrob. Okay? And Ryan Phillippe and Reese Witherspoon were the #1 couple. They were the golden couple of Hollywood, okay? They starred in Confessions. What the fuck is that movie again? True Confessions. They were hot. He was Cruel Intentions. Confessions is Usher's album. Cruel Intentions. Yes, you guys, my brain. Ryan was hot. Reese was hot. They were mega stars. And they were married. And they had 2 kids. But Ryan Phillippe was having an affair. In 2006, with his co-star Abby Cornish. That whore! The two stayed together through the divorce, but ended things in 2010. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Ryan Phillippe. And then years later, I would see Ryan Phillippe for the first time at this club I worked at called Nightingale. And flashes of my love for him in the 90s and early 2000s. Flashes of those memories hit me like a 2-ton truck. And then I saw Ryan Phillippe flirting with an 18-year-old girl. And then I found out some stories about Ryan Phillippe and very young girls. And I went, God damn it, is there anyone in this town? Is there any man in this town who I used to be obsessed with who isn't a fucking creep? Same thing happened with Josh Duhamel, okay? Shortly after Josh Duhamel got divorced from Fergie, I saw him leaving the club with somebody who I'm pretty sure was not even 18. Allegedly. Let's say she was 18. Okay, let's just say she was 18. Allegedly, but 18 years old. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was 18. Yeah, but all this was alleged. Yes. Yeah, no. What? Yes, sometimes it was all a dream. Say allegedly. I think I said allegedly 1,000 times. I have said allegedly so many times that word is now broken. That word is distorted. Now, what I will say is, even if allegedly maybe she wasn't 18 yet, he didn't know necessarily. But she was young regardless. You know what I mean? Like, okay, anyway, I'm going to stop talking. Kristen, say it in Spanish now. Alejero. I don't know. I don't know how to say it in Spanish. Dexerto. No. Alleged. Quan allegedly. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. This one was... Yes, and to leave a club like that is not a crime. Exactly. Maybe they were going to... Maybe they were just going to go eat some French fries. Okay. They were going to eat some French fries, and he was going to help her with a college application. Okay, so this one was devastating. Kristen Stewart, Rupert Sanders, Robert Pattinson, and Liberty Ross. So, y'all remember Twilight? Okay, one of the greatest love stories of all time. And Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson, the co-stars of that film, they were also lovers. They were in a relationship together. The world loved them as a couple. But alas, one day, pictures came out in the tabloids of Kristen Stewart and Rupert Sanders, who was the director of the Snow White movie that she was starring in. They were hooking up. They were in a car, and they were smooching. At the time, he was married to actress Liberty Ross, while Kristen was famously dating her Twilight co-star Rob Pattinson. No couple involved survived the scandal, and Kristen was left out of the Snow White franchise's next film. This one hurt. Yeah, this one felt bad. Felt really bad. Now, Snow White was an awful movie, okay? It was really bad. It's really bad. Kind of wish it had just killed the entire franchise. But the franchise survived. How funny would it have been if it was Bernie Sanders instead of Rupert Sanders? God, I wish it was. Oh, wait, no. Jane Sanders. Oh, yeah, no one was more devastated. Yes! Okay, this is the infamous Donald Trump tweet. Robert Pattinson should not take back Kristen Stewart. She cheated on him like a dog and will do it again. Just watch. He can do much better. Donald Trump tweeting this October 17th, 2012. Famous tweet. Yeah, like a dog. So disgusting. Oh my God. Higher. Okay. All right. Angelina Jolie again. She is a serial homewrecker. Okay, so this might be one of the most famous love triangles of all time. Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston were the couple, okay? I know I said Reese Witherspoon and Ryan Phillippe, but let's be real. Brad and Jennifer Benifer, okay? Jennifer was, she was Rachel from Friends. She was the like golden-haired comedy gal, and Brad Pitt was Brad Pitt. But he books a movie called Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Angelina Jolie, who is just so sexy. And they have a very steamy affair. And it leads to the end of his marriage with Jennifer Aniston and marked the beginning of a new and intense relationship in Brad Pitt, the abuser's life. Yeah, so it's unfortunate because Jennifer Aniston basically has had to deal with this her entire life. Her entire life, she's either had tabloids being like, Jennifer's pregnant, even though she never wanted kids. And then Jennifer's lost the baby. Or she's had to deal with the Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie affair. Did this conversation start from the Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney movie? It did. It did. Yeah, Jen Aniston was done so dirty. The poor gal. The poor gal. She really got fucked over from this whole thing. Thoughts on her dad? On Angelina's dad? Oh, he sucks. Anyway, this was the love triangle heard around the world. This was the affair that everyone felt personally. You know, we all felt personally affected by this, even though we don't know any of these people. Now, listen, I want to be clear. It takes two to tango, all right? It takes two to tango. So this is not an Angelina Jolie is the only villain here. Takes two to tango. I will say, though, their chemistry in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, very powerful. Yes, I agree. It's giving Sydney and Glenn, you know? It's not even as powerful as Sydney and Glenn, but I understand why people think Sydney and Glenn are fucking, because my God, you watch Mr. and Mrs. Smith and you're like, there's no way Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were not fucking. My sister was a huge Jen stan. She got in a fight over the family watching Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Stop. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is, I understand. Okay. Emma Stone, Andrew Garfield, Kieran Culkin, and Shannon Woodward. Emma Stone was dating Kieran Culkin when she was cast as Gwen Stacy in The Amazing Spider-Man. Andrew Garfield was dating Shannon Woodward when he scored the lead role. Soon, the two would abandon their former relationships because of a little spark between them. They were together for 4 years from 2011 to 2015. Oh, yeah, baby. Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield. They were fucking. Yeah. I don't blame her. Andrew's charming. Andrew is ridiculously charming. He is. He's like the epitome of skinny boy hotness. Like skinny boy, kind of nerdy. Sexy. All right. Poor Jen. Jennifer Aniston, Justin Theroux, who reportedly, and by reportedly I mean allegedly, is a real piece of shit. Justin Trudeau is a piece of shit. So he and Jen were famously in a relationship for many years. I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. Okay, in this situation here, Justin, did I say Trudeau? Wait a second. Oh my God, you guys, I'm tired. Not fucking Justin Trudeau. I have said so many things on this podcast today that I'm either going to have Dexerto articles written about me or I'm going to be sued. Did I just say podcast? Oh my God. Oh my God. What am I even saying anymore? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm saying Justin Trudeau is a piece of shit on my podcast. Oh my God. It is time for bed. Yeah, I'm going to finish this list and then I'm going to bed. Justin Theroux. Jesus. Justin Theroux. And this is my stream, not a podcast. Justin Theroux was in a 14-year-long relationship with Heidi Bivens when he began working on Wanderlust with Jennifer Aniston, blah, blah, blah. They started dating, yada, 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 and he sucks, okay? He sucks. Is Justin Theroux really a piece of shit? That's tragic if true. He's an incredible actor. Yeah, I think so. Allegedly. I don't know. I shouldn't speak anymore. Okay. Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, Vanessa Paradis, and Tasia Van Ree. Johnny Depp had been with Vanessa Paradis for 13 years. 13 years. While Amber Heard had been with her partner, Tasia Van Ree, for 5 years. Depp's and Heard's paths crossed when they both starred in The Rum Diaries. Their relationship was certainly chaotic, which the world has learned since in a series of legal battles since their 2016 split. Oh, The Rum Diaries. Great movie. Caroline trying to start the Canadian-American War. Oh, no. Okay, this one was, I remember this one. Leanne Rimes, Eddie Cibrian, and Brandy Glanville. Brandy Glanville. Okay. Eddie Cibrian was 8 years deep into his marriage with Brandy Glanville when he was cast in the 2009 film Northern Lights opposite Leanne Rimes. Pretty sure Leanne Rimes was also in a relationship. The two started an affair that Brandy learned about when Us Weekly ran photos of the two making out in a restaurant. Yeah, Eddie Cibrian is a fucking dog. The aftermath was dramatic. See, this is why I remember this one, because it was dramatic as all hell. But now there is peace between the three. Leanne and Eddie have been married since 2011. Apparently, there have been further... Hold on. Let me... Leanne Rimes, Eddie Cibrian affair. I think that, yes. Apparently, Eddie Cibrian has had multiple affairs. He had an affair with Piper Perabo. He had an affair with Leanne Rimes, etc., because here's the thing. Once a cheater, always a cheater, allegedly. Allegedly. Let me see if this is public. Okay. Carol Leak Kwan? No. No Carol leaking. Okay. Oh my God, this one was pretty recent. Lily James, yes. Lily James, Dominic West, and Catherine Fitzgerald. Okay. Can I make a little animated allegedly banner for the stream? Yes, please. Yes, please. Dominic West was married for a decade with 4 kids when he was caught by paparazzi in October 2020 with his Pursuit of Love co-star Lily James. I remember when the pics came out. Okay, when the pics came out, it's really, really dramatic. The photos showed the pair being cozy and him kissing her neck. Catherine and Dominic doubled down on their relationship and stayed together despite the media whirlwind. Yes, indeed. And then, allegedly, Lily James was having an affair with Armie Hammer when they were on the set of... When they were on the set of Rebecca. Yep. So, 2020. Shortly before Armie Hammer was found out to be possibly a rapist and cannibal. But these were just rumors. There were no photographs. There was no evidence that Armie Hammer and Lily James were having an affair. They were just allegations. Anyway, that's the end. The end. Look at all these BuzzFeed articles. The queer baiting discourse is out of control. The new Whitney Houston movie uncovers the struggling woman behind the star. Nepo babies are the tip of the class inequality iceberg. All right. Bro, fuck the affair. Did you say cannibal? I can't get into it again tonight, okay? If you don't know about Army Hammer and the cannibalism rape shit, you're gonna have to Google that on your own, okay? I can't go down that road again. Have you seen these videos? What's it like actually trying to make it in Hollywood? No, I have not, but I want to watch this tomorrow, so I'm going to pull this up. Amazing. 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 I know, I really need to make a command for all this shit. Right? Like, exclamation point cannibal. I thought we spent an hour on this exact topic like a month ago. We did. I keep forgetting that not everybody knows. Like, I'll say something either because I think it's common knowledge or because we've talked about it on the stream. But I forget that not everyone was either there for that stream or they just don't follow things online as closely as I do. I have to stop assuming that people know the ins and outs of like celebrity shit. Even though the Army Hammer thing was insane. Like, that to me is more than just knowing celebrity gossip. Like, that was shit where I think a lot of people who don't follow celebrity gossip, who don't follow anything in Hollywood, heard about this story. Heard about the allegations. Not everyone is still reading Oh No You Didn't live journal. Well, you know, maybe they should. You mean some chatters haven't been here for every stream of yours and don't follow entertainment news? Yeah, it's disgusting. Okay, I can't believe it, but it's true. It is true. Oh my God. Prage last attempt improved Joe Biden campaign video only relevant to this particular stream.